Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Professional Photographers of Washington Image Competition 2024. We've got a fun day of images coming up. We're going to get some scores, some critiques, and learn about how to improve our craft and images. We've got an awesome panel for today. We've got our jury chair, Marie Martineau-Sandberg, and our jurors, Pete Rezac, Bob Coates, Jenni Knezovich, Jeff Dachowski, and Lisa Asp. So we've got an excellent panel today. We're going to learn a lot and see some really, really cool images. Just a reminder that we are using the 12 elements of a merited image as the criteria as we're coming up with these scores. So impact, technical excellence, creativity, style, composition, presentation, color balance, center of interest, lighting, subject matter, technique, and storytelling are the 12 elements the jurors are going to be using while they evaluate your images. We are using a 100-point score system. I've got it up on the screen right now. You can also check this out along with the 12 elements on PPW's website. Just look under the print competition stuff if you want to download a slide and have it handy for you. And before we get started, a quick shout out to our sponsors. Thanks Miller's, ACI, H&H, and Glazers for helping put us on. And we do have our upcoming awards banquet that's going to be at Innovate. And that's in Richland, Pasco this year, March 23rd through 24th. We'll have slides during our breaks and stuff, so you can check out more about the educational opportunities that are coming there. But without further ado, we're going to jump into image competition. And up first, we are in our photographic open division, and we're going to start with the portrait category. Our very first image, Noble Beauty. '84. Dreaming of My Flux Capacitor. '82. Mystery in Monochrome. '87.
Challenge.
We have a challenge.
Yeah, I'm a category higher up in the excellent or the superior category, 93. Really enjoy this composition, the story that we have with this. And I'd just like to hear some other perspective.
Excellent for me, 88. Beautiful image, lovely tones all the way from black to white. My one concern that kept me from going up to that next neighborhood was the handling of the shadows on the floor.
I was an 84 in the deserving of a merit category, the high end there. Beautiful image, love the storytelling. The only thing that I guess held me back was the feeling that I don't know which way I want to lean with this image. It feels like the dancer isn't quite over top of her box, falling back a little. So I'm listening to the rest of the panel on this.
87, excellent category, beautiful image, love the lighting. I appreciate a lot of this. What held me back going higher was all the space up top and all the space in the bottom. I wanted to see it bigger because I love what's happening with the tassel or the shawl or whatever, that kind of jellyfish trailing off. I think it's beautiful. I just think I want to see it bigger, and so much emphasis is put on this monochrome top. I had a struggle going up.
I was at 84, top of the deserving of a merit category. I liked so much of what was already said. The thing that really held me back was the hot spot that's on kind of on her hip. There's a little pocket of light coming through, I think, her legs on the front of that leg, and then her other knee just seems really hot as well. So just a little lack of control, I think, on the lighting hitting her legs.
So the rebuttal, first of all, I think there's actually really excellent control over the lighting, so I'll disagree with that. and the fact that that little pocket that comes in that shows that shape of her thigh, and to do that, I think that that was handled really excellent. In regards to the shadows on the ground, yeah, they're shadows, but they give the anchor point. I think if they were even, if there were more to them or less of them, then we'd have some more discussion about that. But I think they're adequate. They anchor it. In regards to space above and below, I'm going to say that's a stylistic choice and a compositional choice that the maker's done. I think it's done really, really well. And I still comfortable in that category above excellent, in superior, and I'm at 93.
Okay, judges rescore.
Scorekeeper not ready.
Nope, it's up.
There we go.
90. Hello, sunshine. $81. Ruffians. $78. Bashful Pride. $81.
Challenge. Yeah, I've got this at 86 in the excellent category. I really find the lighting on this very, very nice. Just lovely. The subject has a luminous quality about her, and then the color palette that's used throughout for the color balance, I think, is done really well.
I'm at an 84, high end of deserving of a merit category. I agree. I also love the lighting. I feel like the composition could have been a little stronger. But again, I'm going to listen to my jurors on this one.
I'm 78 in the above average category, and I'm struggling with agree with the lighting. I think it's beautiful, light in the eyes, the color palette, all of that works for me. I'm struggling with a couple of things, and they may be nitpicky, but they add up for me. Is this cut out feel on the dress, and the feel that has been like liquefied in, and there's such a sharp line between this background and even to the point where there's white lines on the bottom bodice part, and then the hand. So on the left of the hand, it's very bright. On the right of the hand, it goes to dark. But the hand itself is so shapen, almost misshapen, and the wrist looks like it's 8 inches thick. It's just there's all these posing and little problems that take me away from this beautiful face.
I was at 82, so right in the middle of the deserving of a merit category. For really a lot of the things that have already been said, the color balance is really beautiful. I think that using those blue tones really makes her pop. The lighting hitting her face, I think, is beautiful, but I was really concerned with the back side of the dress. The dress itself seems to be very flatly lit overall and doesn't seem to match the same lighting pattern. I was also concerned with the background. We've got such a beautiful texture over the entire thing, except for right behind her lower back and down into her rear end area. It just kind of goes gray and there's just no texture there. So it just doesn't seem to fit the rest of her. And then right behind her hand just goes so dark in the background that it's just a little disconnected for me.
Yeah, I was at 77 in the above average category. Can't deny. I mean, it's an absolutely beautiful subject, but for much of what's been said on the technique and the background, but additionally, I would add that the posing, like we've got some dynamics to the hand, but the head and the face, it's very static. Level forehead, level eyes, level lips, level nose. And so, gosh, just a little tilt to the head to add a little more dynamics with everything that's going on with this. But it is a beautiful image.
Thank you, fellow judges, for the education. I was a little overzealous and missed some of those things because I enjoyed the color palette and the lighting so much. I'll be lowering my score to an 82. I still feel this is a meritorious image.
Judges rescore.
$80. Gotta.
Come
What
again,
was the
Chris?
title again, Chris? Oh,
Gotta.
okay.
Italian for kitty. $77. Madam Hatter. $82. The Traveler, Daring the Tempest. $80. Golden Hour Goddess. $77. 167 strong. $80. Blooming into Graduation. $76. Hall Monitor. $77. Purple Paper Princess. $79. Someday Will I Be Tall? $85. Serious and Sharp.
Title?
Serious and Sharp. $77. Fall Flora. $82. Perplexor. $81. Bound by Blood and Barbed Wire. $75. Romping Through the Meadow. 83. Stepping into a new chapter. 76. Teenage beauty queen. 81. Grandpa knows. 76. Lifted in ballet's embrace. 81 with the majority challenge.
I'll take it. I was 86 in the excellent category. I guess it was taken by the technique and the story here and composition.
Yeah, I was at a 78 in the above average category. And part of my concern is that I feel like this is in the wrong neighborhood, as it feels more like an totally illustrative piece. And in the illustration, I didn't feel like the maker made it all the way for me.
I was at 84, high end of deserving of a merit category. And I was almost in the next category up. I, like Pete, was also taken by the storytelling aspect, the creativity, the style. Again, I feel like the composition is not working quite as strongly on this. I feel like she's so small in this frame, and it's such a creative piece. I don't want to lean in to have to get quite into the story.
78. I think it's beautiful. I love a lot of this. I love especially this right foot, and the way the makers illustrated that the shaping of the dress on the foot is gorgeous. Sadly for me, I'm noticing a lot of little artwork, unfinished things, as another juror mentioned. This hand that looks like a reflection through the dress, but it's kind of through the dress, but the arm doesn't line up, and then the deep shadows on the arm where the light's not coming from both directions. It's just a whole bunch of little problems, and the blue hue around the bottom. I believe there's a strong merit in this, but as presented, I think it's a little short.
I was also at 78 on this image. I was confused by a few things, and it's interesting that one of the other jurors mentioned the other arm that's kind of showing through the dress. I thought that was a shadow on the dress from the arm that is nearest the camera. That's what it appears like to me. But then that caused confusion because we've got this painterly technique that's so soft throughout, but that shadow, assuming that's what it is so much sharper. And it didn't make sense to me. The light on her belly also was one of those things. I thought at first it was a cutout and it was a masking error. And then I realized there was light, but I'm not seeing that light really anywhere else. So just a few things I think that need to be addressed to get this up into the next level for me.
Yeah, I got no rebuttal. The more it sits here, the more I'm starting to see the technical things that were pointed out. So I'll be adjusting my score to 78.
'78. Grit. 81.
I'm going to challenge that.
We've got a challenge.
Yep.
So that's me.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. I was in the high end of the excellent category at 88. You read the title and it turned around and it kind of wanted to take my breath away a little bit. Everything about the title and the storytelling and grit. I mean, there is I love the texture and the technique, the lighting, everything about it is a little edgy and grungy, and I want to hear what the rest of my jury has to say.
Yeah, 82, strong merit for me. I agree with all the things you said. I struggled with a couple to go to the next level for me was struggling to get this cropping of this hand and the flat part of the hand right in that main first finger knuckle. And then the sharpness of the way the background, or whether it's paper or canvas or whatever, but there's so much texture there lit by the background light, it pulls me out of this awesome expression and the sharpness all around. So struggle with a couple little things that kept me from going higher.
Yeah, I was at 82 as well. Definitely deserving of a merit. A few technical things for me as well. Those ripples in the background. I do really like the grainy, noisy, gritty texture that's over it, or added to it. But the ripples, I think, that are in the paper were a distraction. I also thought that the whites of the eyes were just a little bright. His right hand that's grabbing the suspenders, there's some weird effect that's going on between the light and the shadow there. And then the band that's on that other arm, there's almost like a black line that goes from his arm into the backdrop that really pulled my eye down there. So a few technical things to get me into the next category.
I was at 78 above average for all of the things that Lisa had just mentioned.
77 for the negatives. I really enjoy the portrait, but I feel that there was just a few too many technical things to take this to the next level.
Well, I appreciate everybody giving their input on this image. I think the maker deserved to hear all of those comments because I do believe there is a very strong image here. So I appreciate my fellow jurors, and I'm going to be lowering my score to an 82 because I still believe it deserves to be in that meritorious category just for the handling of all of the other things that were done well.
'81. Heading home. '75. Perfectly purple. '81. Vietnam veteran. '80. Adoption is beautiful. '80. On the waterfront. '77. Zozo. '76. It's been a long day at the beach. '82.
I'm going to challenge that. I'm a category higher at 86, and this expression of this beautiful, I don't know if it's a setter or golden retriever, though, is just looking at me like, you need to challenge me to talk about me. Absolutely love the light in his or her eyes. Like how that we've got the contrast, the texture, the rocky beach with the water and the pastel colors going with the beautiful colors of this dog. So it's talking to me, so I'd like to hear some perspective.
High end of the merit category for me, 84. The lighting and the treatment of the dog is just absolutely a wonderful, maybe just a hair shy of being over sharpened. But unfortunately, I've got this big halo that's running around the dog outside that where we try to bring down the background, and the from the tech keeps me from going into the excellent category.
I was at 82. Most of the comments have been said, along with, I feel like that stroke on the presentation is a bit heavy, especially being black. And just the vantage point, that horizon line running right through the middle of that dog, it does kind of tend to make me want to leave that precious face.
I was 78. For all the negatives and positives, really appreciated the judges said the treatment on the dog. Love the way this dog looks. For me, all the negatives that were mentioned though are keeping me out of the merit category at this point.
I was just into the merit category at 80 for all the things that have been said.
Yeah. Gosh darn, seeing that halo and all of that and going, well, we got a couple other categories above it, but what do we do? I mean, I appreciate that. It's a great expression. I appreciate everyone's comments on that. And so I still think it's meritorious image. I'm going to adjust the middle of the merit category at 83.
'81. Horse kisses. '75. Living history. '82. Chin up, Buttercup. '79.
I'm going to challenge this. I must have really missed something. I'm at an 85. One of those great images that comes around and you just go, oh, wow, that's really cool. Center of interest is sharp. The creativity. I love the presentation on it. So I definitely need to hear something from my jurors.
Yeah, I scored this image a 76. I appreciate the expression. Well, I mean, I guess maybe all frogs have this expression. I don't know. It's pleasant. For me, like I feel like it's a focus issue for me. I realize that the eyes seem sharp, and that is the most important. But this left little leg here, arm, whatever we call it, goes so far and so fast, but the rest of the flower, with what appears behind it and in front of it, seems sharper. And so I'm distracted by this large out of focus. I mean, large is relative, right? But this large left hand that's out. And so I struggle also with all the lines leading me out of the frame.
I was at a 78 on this image. I think it's a really great concept. The things that held me back from going into the merit category, first of all, the flower, especially the area in the back side of the flower, kind of next to and behind the frog. We just lose all detail back there that it almost feels blown out to me. I also kind of questioned the category. This is a very commercial piece, and it feels like it could be a greeting card, but we're in the portrait category. So that had a little bit of a disconnect with me as well. And then I also feel like in the background, just above the flower, kind of center top, I'm seeing some banding in the background back there too. So just a few issues for me.
I was at 83. Solid in the merit category. I thought the originality, creativity of this was really great. The storytelling of Chin Up, Buttercup, and I was not expecting to see a frog. I know that there's been some concerns about focus and all that, but I'm guessing this is a macro lens, and so we're going to have a distinctive plane of focus. And I think the eyes and the chin that they refer to are what's important. The maker told us so, and I love the style that they've done here with the color and the subject. So yeah, I think it's merit.
Yeah, I was at a 74 in the average category. And in addition to the negatives that were already brought up, I feel like the dark areas of the image were underexposed and then they were brought back. There's just this, or it was shot at a very high ISO, and it's just not reading well for me.
Okay. So trying to go over all of these things because I really feel like I want to fight for this image a little bit. I've never photographed a frog. I don't know the difficulty involved with even just keeping a frog in place. Like if you have to have a frog wrangler or how you do that. The leg, I don't know whether the leg is further back. I don't know the anatomy of a frog very well, but I agree with Pete that if you're shooting a macro or, you know, a prime lens, then you're probably going to get that, you know, sharp focal. All the things that are sharp need to be sharp. The fall off on the back pedals. If I'm shooting a portrait, that's exactly what I would want in a portrait, whether we put a face out there or not. So it does not bother me that there's, you know, less detail in those back pedals. I'm not seeing the banding. And so that's one issue I can't really address. And the leading lines going out of the frame, I guess I'm gonna just say that doesn't bother me. So I really feel like there's a lot of creativity here, something we don't see all the time. The sharpness is there, technical excellence there. You know, for the most part, we've got some really great things happening. The presentation is great, composition is great, center of interest is great. The lighting, I see some nice things happening with the lighting. So I am actually going to keep my score at an 85.
'82. Red-headed perfection. '79. I'll just eat this. '74. Nightclub singer. '81. Head full of dynamite. '82.
Challenge. I've got this up in the excellent category in 87. I think that the maker did a great job in holding things in key. The white shirt, the white chair, the nice light background, the color, you know, everything just kind of works nice. The beautiful soft shadow edge transitions that are going on. Help me out here.
I definitely like this image. I scored it an 83, and I do agree with Bob. Maybe I was a little shy. Yeah, so I'm listening.
I was at 78. I feel like there's a really neat expression here, and I don't mind the little clunkiness of the hands. It kind of fits with the age of this boy here. I feel that the light is too far behind, and it puts so much emphasis on the behind the boy, where it's like it's up high and it's putting a lot of emphasis on the forehead. And then I'm a little bit struggling with all the different color balances in the items. I realize that the white chair may not be white like the white shirt, but I see this gray, this chair, and this white shirt all have different color balances, and I just struggle to get past them all. The image has kind of a touch of blue or cyan to me.
Yeah, I put this at an 82 in the merit category. There's a lot of really beautiful things happening here. Uh, two things that I'm struggling with. One, the lighting. I like the direction of light, but it seems so hot on his face compared to everything else. Even just right down into his top hand, it's so much darker that there's a little bit of a disconnect there. I'm also struggling a little bit with the composition. We're not quite symmetrical. We're off just a little bit, but we're not far enough that it pushes him into that, far right third. If we're looking at rule of thirds, it's kind of in between, and I want it to be one or the other, and it's just not. So I'm just having a little difficulty with that.
I was at 80. Really enjoy his expression. I actually like the stylistic choice, what they've done compositionally, but I too was struggling with the color on the hands. I mean, we got beautiful light on his face, and the light on his face is so close to his hands. I'm just struggling with why we have such a exposure difference so quickly on that.
Okay, composition. I think that is part of what I really enjoy. The fact that his eyes are cut to camera left and he's only just slightly right off just really pulls me in and keeps me in his face. The brightness on his head, I'm finding to be, that was the thing. If you squint your eyes down, the white shirt is still a little bit brighter. The hands have been handled. If the hands weren't knocked down, I think that that there would be, oh man, his hands are so bright. I'm just taken away from his face. Boy, the expression on his face is just absolutely beautiful. And then the composition of the chair, the way it sweeps and swoops through there. I can spend a lot of time in here, and I'm usually not a fan of portraits such as this. So I appreciate everything that was shared, but I'm going to have to stay up in that excellent category. But I will come down to an 85.
'84. Respect and honor. '79. Upriver. '76. 103 looks good on me. '78. Hank. '78. Walter the Wabbit.
Can you give me that title again?
Walter the Wabbit.
Once more.
Walter the Wabbit.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that title?
Walter the Wabbit. '80. Our Home's Embrace. '78. Determined 17. 76. We got lucky. 80. Lovely sunflowers. 77. Majestic. 83.
Challenge. I'd have to challenge this anyway because I'm way up from that. I'm at 93 in Superior. I guess I was taken by this Eagle's expression, the fact it feels like it's a portrait in a studio or whatnot. I understand that. I don't know if it was or not, but there's so much creativity and originality to this and something different that I just had to be up there in that Superior category. So something tells me I'm going to find out why I am too high.
I ended up at the high end of the merit category at 84. I really enjoyed the depth and dimension that was built there, the shadows. There's just I'm not sure. I enjoy where the beak and the eyes are, and then I have some concerns about however the technique was done, especially on this forehead.
Well, I'm glad that Pete challenged this because I lingered and I punched in a score and I thought, don't get emotional, don't get emotional. And I ended up at an 85, the low end of the excellent category. I agree with all the positives. I love this fine art, painterly studio technique that's been done. And yeah, I love this portrait and I'm also listening.
Yeah, I'm 76 in the above average category. I think the eyes, as a challenger said, the eyes and the beak are really cool. And that's where I struggle after that is the shape of the head, this shoulder, I'll call it a shoulder, this forward shoulder comes off as really sharp, but it comes off as like a piece of armor over the top of this eagle's really large chest. Like there's so many anatomical inconsistencies. I struggle with staying in this face. I look at the top, like some of the feathers, like I'll call it the hairline, is sharp and really great against the background, and others become blurry. And then there's chunks missing where the head should be rounded. And then the left half of the image, from my perspective, comes off as cyan. The other half comes off as warm. So for me, I love what's going on here, but the execution is where I'm struggling.
Yeah, kind of the same for me. I landed at a 78 with this. As beautiful as this is and cool a shot and concept as this is, I'm really struggling with technique as well. This is a painted image and we have so many different styles of painting going on throughout that it just doesn't quite meld together for me. That shoulder is really front and center and kind of comes right out at you, but I don't know if it's in a good way. The feathers right next to it are right next to it, and those are so soft and much more flatly lit, where the other ones are so sharp and a different color tone altogether. We've got the feathers under the eagle's chin with those long lines through that, and then we go up to the forehead, and I know those are shorter feathers, but it just feels like a completely different style. So it, for me, just did not quite feel congruent.
Well, I'm not an eagle expert, so I don't know about roundness of heads and all of the other things. I just love that expression and all of it. I do like what someone said about the one wing being almost like a shield, and maybe this guy's had some action and why his head's not round, or her, I don't know. But gosh, I just there's so much that I enjoy in that expression, and maybe maybe just needs to be cropped in tighter. But style is something that a maker chooses to do, whether we like it or not. It's not about us. It's the style that the makers presented. And so I'm going to look past, consistency of style, because that's each an individual and all of that. And so I can appreciate what they have done here. I think that maybe I'm a little exuberant here, being up there in that superior category. I think there's some really great comments that came out of this, but I still think this is an excellent image, and I'm going to adjust to 86.
'83. To serve and protect. '82. Elegance in formation. '81. Forever Friends. '74. Anna, Wendy Senior Pose. '73. All That Jazz. '79. And
I'll challenge this since we're still here.
okay.
I had this at an 84, so top of the deserving of merit category. I thought this had a really interesting perspective. I think the maker did a great job of controlling light, showing us something a little bit different. It has a realistic pose as if this person is actually on stage and singing, and I would love to hear your feedback.
Yeah, I was at 77. Really appreciate the authenticity. I can almost hear the song going on, but I got stuck on some technical excellence issues with banding all along the left-hand side, basically from the top of the microphone against the edge of the presentation all the way down, and then especially along her body and all of that. So walk me through that, but that's what's keeping me from being a merit.
74 for me. And in addition to that, if you look underneath her elbow, and I know it's when we have multiple colors working, that it can cause some issues, but these issues have not been handled, and we're really in a problem with tech.
Well, I was at an 84, and I also think this is a really creative portrait. And then Pete had to go point out some banding. So I will listen to the rest of my jurors.
I was at a 76 for all the positives and negatives.
Okay, well, really the one thing that I heard was the banding, and it's definitely there, but this is using a technique that emulates stage lighting. And with stage lighting, you're going to get hot spots and there's going to be dark areas, and it's very, the lights are very specific to certain areas. And I think because of those highlights and shadows, with that style of lighting, we're going to see some of that. I do think that there is a merit here. I will bring my score down to the lower end of the merit category, but I am going to keep it at an 80.
'78. And that concludes the portrait category. We're going to take a quick break so the judges can stretch. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back, everybody. We're starting with the illustrative category. And up first, Stargate. $79 with a majority challenge.
I'll take the challenge.
Okay, coming to Jeff.
Yeah, I am at 80. I'm just crossing that merit threshold. Time of day is beautiful. The moon over the I'm gonna guess this is Mount Rainier, but I could be wrong. There's all I mean, in Washington, there's 800 of these mountains that look like this, but it's beautiful and it's a great time of day. Love the definitive moment of the capture with the moon over the horizon like that. I think it's a really cool image. Merit for me.
I was at 77. I do agree that it was a beautiful time of day, and to capture that moon, symmetrically above the mountain, I think was phenomenal. The thing that held me back was the water. The lighting hitting the water is just it's so bright, and there's a little bit of detail there, but almost blown out, that it really keeps my eye down there rather than on the mountain and the moon where I want it to. I also really struggled with that presentation. I think the black is just so dark with it. And then that double stroke line, it all just pulls my eye out of the image, and I want to stay right in there on that moon and mountain.
I was at 82. Really enjoyed the kind of vertical panoramic that we have here. Actually, I like the play of darks to lights from the bottom to the top as we lead up through even through the sky, and how we're playing with the different tonalities on it. And so, yeah, I mean, had there been a different presentation, I'd probably have been a couple categories higher, but I really enjoy this one.
Gosh, I was at a 76. The composition on this is absolutely exquisite. That's lovely. But I feel that the exposure is so missed with the super highlights in the water and then the super darks in the shadows. I just feel like this was a miss for me.
I agree with most of what has been said. Again, I love the composition as it stands. I love the exposure. And I do feel like if there was a different crop or a different presentation, I also would be in a higher category. But I think as it stands, it's definitely a merit image. I was in an 80, and I think I kind of agree with Pete, and I think it deserves to be here.
Well, thank you all, jurors, for your words, because this sounds strange, but I actually agree with all of you. I think there are issues with this image, and there are great attributes to this image, and I'm really arguing it to go from 79 to 80 because I feel that it crosses that threshold. Yes, I totally agree. Maybe a different presentation might give us a different feel. The double stroke, I couldn't agree more. So absolutely, there are things that could be made better, for sure. I think that exposure-wise, I'm getting a sense of a reflection from this mountain, this base of the mountain in the water. I mean, it's basically a mirror the maker's photographing, and there's detail throughout the whole thing. Would I prefer to crop it off? Probably, but this is what's presented. So for me, I guess in the end, all of it still comes out to on the winning side of merit for me for all of the wonderful attributes of the image. I'm going to stay at 80 and hope you guys can come up a little bit.
$80. Fall at the Falls. $84.
Oh, challenge. I think we need to get up into that next category. We're right on the edge there. I have it at an 86, and I feel like the time of day and the exposure were absolutely dead nuts on. The water is just reading very nicely. There we have detail in the shadows. We have lovely color. This is a soft one that I think is a sleeper.
Well, I'm glad that Bob challenged this. One, because I agree that maybe the longer it sits here, the more I like it. And I also like that as now I know it's okay to say things like dead nuts.
Oh.
And I think The only thing holding me back is in this lower right-hand corner, the brighter foliage does kind of want to draw me to that bottom quarter. But that's about it.
I was 83, and I think that it is growing on me. I'm appreciating it more and more, and so I'm turning up.
I was also at 83. Yeah, it's as it sat here and I was trying to decide where my score would land. It's one of those things that it came to me that there's nothing wrong with this image. It's beautifully done. I like the choice the maker did with the slow shutter speed to blur the water, but not so blurry that it's super soft. Everything is done well. I think for me, it really kind of comes down to impact, where this waterfall is so heavily photographed and we see it so much in competition that it just loses some of that impact. Unfortunately, it's not anything that the maker did. It's just it's not showing us a new perspective on something that we see so much. And it's merit worthy. I can certainly come up because it is well done. But it was an impact issue for me.
I was at 82, one of my very favorite places to go. And I got to say that, yeah, the choice of the long exposure, but then to get this spot at this time of year with nobody in it, it's pretty incredible too. So, yeah, I've got no problem coming up, Bob.
Yeah, and the only thing that I heard was we've seen this before, but not this way. And I think that the maker did a great job. And we've got, the one thing that was mentioned was, oh, we've got these bright yellows in the bottom right-hand corner. Well, that makes for a beautiful triangular composition from the top two corners where we have gold there coming down, and there's so much nice sun here. I believe I've underscored this a little bit. I'm gonna bring it up to an 88 for me.
'88. Holding it all together.
That was a great high school year.
Title again, please.
Holding it all together. '84.
Challenge. 92 up there in that superior category. I absolutely love the creativity that the maker's chosen to do on this. I wish I knew more artist names or whatever. It feels familiar on somebody that they've done with collage. But wow, what an interesting take on a composite. I don't know if this is the same subject. I'm guessing it is, but they're different glasses, different facial expressions, and how they put this all together. I've not seen anything like this, in this type of environment that we're in right now. So I love the creativity that's coming off on this. So let's talk about it.
It'd be good we're talking about it, because I didn't know where to go with this. And I ended up in the merit category at an 83. I feel like this should be in the artist category, and maybe, that's sort of what's holding me back. We have, the reference images on the left. And so I guess that's sort of what threw me off. In the artist category, I would probably be a much higher score.
I'm definitely listening to my jurors. I was at an 84, high into the deserving of a merit category, and I too was a little thrown off, and I love the creativity, and I'm glad that this got challenged. I do love the creativity, and my brain is still trying to process from what we're seeing as the final image from those other images, how they even got everything lined up so well and processed so cleanly. So I'm definitely listening as well.
I scored this entry a 78, and before you get mad, I'll tell you why. Because this isn't the artist category, so I'm judging the photography first, okay? And so I look across these 6 different images of this model, and I see really wild variations of light that aren't necessarily, it's very inconsistent. Even the pink shirts versus the gray shirts, every lighting pattern is different, but it doesn't come off as being intentional. It just comes off as the maker has moved the face forward or backwards in the light, and it goes, we have underexposure at 6 o'clock and underexposure at noon and at 3 o'clock, image 1 and image 4, and then we have a burnt out, we've got color problems across it. And I love the creativity, but then this making it something hard and crazy and unique and different, and then adding this soft canvasy approach to it falls apart for me.
Yeah, I landed at an 85 on this image, so just into the excellent category. I really appreciate the creativity here, and taking all of these pieces. And what was the title once more, Chris?
It's Holding It All Together.
Yeah, and I just really feel like that. So many of us, I think, who do this wear a gazillion different hats, and I can feel that, like, she's going through so much, and I can feel that. I struggled a little bit with on the final image. I don't think is necessary, and really, is a distraction from the final image. So some of those things held me back from going higher. But gosh, it's a very cool thing.
Well, first I'm going to address. This is an illustrative category, so it can be all sorts of things, whether it's artist or not. And I'm not going to penalize the maker for showing us the journey they took to get to this. I think they're trying to help us understand with all of those. And so whether the lighting is all different or whatnot, I'm not going to penalize them, because I can see in the final image how it all kind of comes together. In regards to comment about the sharpness of the eyes, I mean, gosh, you look at her mouth, like she's got sharp teeth or whatever to mush on the other side. So I think that's a artist vision statement, whatever they're doing with this. It's the piece, and whether it's oversaturated or not, that's also another style choice. That I'm just not going to penalize an artist for making a stylistic choice that I may or may not appreciate or agree with. But what I can say, this is so creative, and how they put it together. Another comment, the intent of getting everything lined up to do this, and it is so unique and it's interesting. And I think maybe that's the key word. It's interesting. So many times we see things like, oh, but this is interesting. I have not stopped looking at it since all of us have been talking about it. So I guess that's got great impact too. I don't know. I am going to fight for this one. I'm going to say, hey, come up and join me here up in the superior category, because this is a superiorly, is that even a word? Creative image. And let's reward this image. 92.
$87. Fly Away. $80. End of the Trail. $80. Softly. $80 with a majority challenge.
I'll take it. I was at 83. Love the pastel palette here that the maker's showing us compositionally. I like how we got a little dynamic symmetry leading us around. Lots to enjoy. I thought it was solid merit.
Yeah, I ended up on the just shy of the merit at a 79. As I look around, I'm seeing some some issues. Look at the top right-hand corner. We've got some strange pink going on there. We've got some weird lines. And then as you go across the back, and I don't know if maybe this was, now that I'm looking at it, that it's a texture, but the texture gives it apparent more like it's a moire patterns than it is a texture that enhances the beauty of this.
I also was at 83. I love the beauty and the softness, the composition. I also am seeing these little technical things over in the upper right-hand corner. Listening to the rest of my jury.
Yeah, I was 70. I agree. I know it sounds strange, but I agree. The challenge is beautiful. It's soft. I love the shape that's created here. For me, what's keeping me out is simply these almost like metamerization in some of the areas here. This up at around 1 o'clock, there's some strange banding, and then that upper right corner that's got like part of another stroke showing up. There's just all these little things that need to be cleaned up for me to get in the merit, but I think there's a beautiful image here for sure.
Yep, I was at, excuse me, 77 for the things that have been said.
No rebuttal. I missed the technical things. So those I absolutely agree need to be addressed. So I'll be adjusting to 78.
Night Reflections. $81. Dandy View. $80 with a majority challenge.
I'll take the challenge. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're
Yes.
good to go, Jeff.
All right, I didn't want to keep talking if I hadn't unmuted or something. I'm at 82. I think this is a really interesting perspective. You know, what was the title? Dandy
View.
A dandy view. So I was looking at this, and I love all the almost like fireworks starburst thing. And the title really helps in this case because it gives me this view of this dandelion from the top, but from the top of the spores. And so I think it's a really interesting play on words, and I think it's in the merit category.
I landed at a 78 on this, so just under the merit in the above average category. I think it is a really interesting view, and when it came up, I thought, "Ooh, I love all those little wispy lines." But then, as I look at it, there's a lot of noise that's going on in here that tends to break up all of those lines. There's not one of them that's sharp as a result, I think, of the noise, and for that reason, it just fell short for me.
Yeah, I was at 81. Absolutely just impact. I loved it. With it almost looks like little fireworks is going off. I thought it was a creative approach.
78 in the above average category. Really enjoyed the concept of this, but I feel like the exposure was off. Like there was so many blown highlights that when I look at the centers of the thing, I'm seeing where the maker was working to control the highlights and burn it down. And there's just everything is so blown out in so many areas, and maybe sharpening for whatever reason. The fireworks are too much.
I was at a 79. Agree with all that's already been said, and I just wanted to add that, for me, the thing that really struck me was all of these wonderful, wispy little lines, the firework effect, but then you've got that big, heavy stroke on the presentation. And so I did just land at that 79.
In rebuttal, thank you guys for your comments. I don't disagree that the stroke could be smaller. I think it's slightly distracting, and we're talking merit here versus excellence or superior. I'm looking, I talk about the noise here for a minute. I'm certain you're probably right. It probably is noise, to me it might feel like great. right? Where like it's so consistent across from every little bit. I'm not certain if this is shot with film or not, but it's got that like a little bit of a pushed film look to it. And maybe the maker is using a high ISO because this thing is shaking like a leaf, shaking in the wind as these things always do. So for me, I mean, I look at this kind of sun and all these little fireworks are exploding out of it to go make new little dandelions. And so that's their last view of the mom, like the homeland or whatever. So I guess it just struck me a little bit more story telling than the rest of you. So I get it. I'm going to be at 82. I'll leave it there and hope you guys can come up if you agree.
'81. Run Like the Wind. '83. On Guard. '80.
Hey, Chris,
Yeah,
can we bring back the rodeo image, please?
sure. Run Like the Wind.
Yeah, I scored this in 83 and I got an 82. Is that correct?
I have no clue. Marie?
You, okay,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it
I
scored an 83.
I scored an 84 and it got an 83. And
Right.
this image a fair shot. I think I've underscored it, is what I'm ultimately getting. I think it's a category or too low. I wanted to look at this again because it is so unusual for a rodeo image or for an exposition image like this. So often the rodeo images that I've tried to make or that I've seen in evaluation like this have all these big signs and all these words and the protagonist is thrown in the air and the horses, everything's stop motion. And this is so different. This maker has allowed the beauty and grace and flow of this animal to run through the image and chose to capture it at a time when the signs are unreadable and all the lines create this sense of motion. It's not just stands, it's the lines work. And so I love the tail up, love the blurry hoofs. It's just an unusual take, and I think I'm low.
Yeah, I think this is a good one to really talk about. I ended up at an 81 on this, and I started lower, and then I cleared my score and went up higher. And I didn't go higher because I kind of wished that the horse's head was even more in focus as well. But the thing that I really did appreciate about it was that panned, the maker holding the camera and panning with the horse to get everything else blurred for exactly what you said. Usually these are so busy, and even all the faces in the background and the cowboys standing around, and it is such a different take on it. And you really feel the energy and the motion and what's happening. And really the rider is sharp, and that's not an easy thing to do. So yeah, I could definitely go up. I think it's a really interesting, unique approach to rodeo photography.
Jeff, thanks so much for challenging. I was at 84, top of the merit, and kind of questioning that. So I'm glad we're having this discussion. Yeah, straight, solid in-camera photography. It can be done, and here we are looking at it, and then to look, and all of those blurred lines are all nice and level, and all of that exposure is great. But yet we get the sense of motion, but and then that beautiful rim light coming back around her profile. I agree. I think that we're a couple categories short, so it'll be interesting to see what the rest of the panel has to say.
83 for me was definitely very merit worthy. I have a little concern with how some of the things were rendered. I feel like something was done after, and maybe that doesn't even matter, but the way the hocks of the horse in the back, the way they're curving, The face of the horse being out of focus did bother me as well. The fact that the rider is what got me into the merit category.
I was at an 82 and also am glad that this got brought back. And I've listened to all of the comments and I would love to hear Jeff's rebuttal.
Well, in rebuttal, thank you guys. I do appreciate your comments. And, as I'm looking at it, I mean, Pete mentioned the light, and I'm going to be honest, I didn't even notice how good the light was. I mean, I'm embarrassed to say it, but it's so three-dimensional. And it's beautifully the rim light, the light on the face, the hat's lit. You can feel the texture on the saddle, and I can hear this horse running by. I don't know why the horse's head isn't sharper. Maybe it lifted its head a little bit or whatever. I know that when I look at the sign on the right, I mean this maker's panning like 4 feet of movement while maintaining at least a radial sense of lunacy that this all four horses' hoofs are off the ground in the middle of this capture. So for me, I'm going to go to 89 because it's unusual, it's different, it's stylistic, and we talked about impact earlier. This has impact. I've never seen something like this. It hits me. 89.
$88. Holding the twisting lights. $81. Looking for dinner. $78. Catching the wind and light. $86. Homage to Charles Sheeler. $82.
Chris, can you bring the last one back, please?
Catching the wind and light.
Yeah, I scored this an E7. It got an 86. And I'm going to tell you what's going through my head. What was going through my head is this is amazing. The scene, this symphony, if you will, of light and shadow is just fantastic. And why didn't I go higher? Well, because I wanted to be more punch, right? I wanted more blacks in there or something. And as it went away, I said, what is wrong with me? This is fantastic. Like, why am I so hung up on having every zone why am I hung up on that? And so I want to give this a shot to bring this into another category because the lines, the movement, the shape, the lighting, the time of day, all the choices the maker made to include here. I mean, excellent just doesn't describe it for me. I think it probably needs to be at least a category, maybe 2 categories higher.
Well, I landed at an 82 on this, for kind of the things that you just said. And, you're right. Like, I shouldn't worry about it being a little bit gray. Also, like, it doesn't necessarily need the blacks in here. There are a couple little things that drew my eye away from the main subject, but I'm going to listen and hear what the other jurors have to say.
Oh, I guess it's me.
Go, Pete.
I was taken in by all this and trying to come up with something clever for Jeff why he's wrong and going, well, it's kind of like a Washington Tuscany there. You got these instead of the whatever those trees are, Jeff, you'll tell us in our rebuttal. We have the windmills, and yeah, and by the way, I was at 88. Yeah, there's lots to enjoy, and gosh, the composition here and how it's all played out, and I can't wait for his rebuttal and where he wants to take this. But I would be comfortable going wherever you want to go on this, Jeff.
Yeah, I was in the excellent category at 87 and felt that it landed in a good place. Where I would like to see the whole thing come down just a little bit, and because my concern is the highlight that's raking across the top there just didn't quite go, but I could be very wrong because I'm seeing detail in there, but it just feels like it's so bright compared to the shadowed area.
I was at an 86, and I love all the comments that have been made. And I agree. I think this could go in a couple different ways. My only concerns, so there were a couple of things that I really wanted to go higher with it. And I thought, okay, what is Jeff going to say if I challenge to take this up? And he's going to, be right behind me in the comments. But there is it's like a stroke line on the bottom of the frame, but there's not one on the top. And so I got caught up in looking at the vacuum lines in this scene, because in Wyoming, we don't get to vacuum like this. So we don't see those nice little carpet lines. But then over on your camera left, there's just a couple of those places that just feel a little mushy, kind of halfway through the frame, kind of between those two structures. And again, I don't understand what they are, but they just kind of drew my attention. It felt out of place. So I'm definitely listening.
Well, thank you again for all your comments. In my head, I want more pop. I'm just giving straight out. That's what I would want as a juror. And in my head, I think if I'm going to break free of the conventions that I'm always doing, then I should look past things sometimes. Meaning not quality or technical issues. I mean, look past my experience and saying I want more pop. Bob said I'd like it to be darker, and I don't disagree. I think I would like it to be darker, to be honest. And then I think, well, what would that do? It would remove a lot of this beautiful, crazy, subtle shadow highlight that rim across the tops of the hills on this whole bottom. It would become so contrasty. It would be like white lines in the front. And this to me feels like stormlight. So there's a little sliver of sunrise coming through, if you will, or low light sun, and then everything else is collecting light from the overcast clouds. It dances to me. This image just dances, and I see blacks here, and I see in the darkest draws, I see what should be black, and I see the black stroke, the mat on the outside, and it's there. Like the colors of the zones are there. I'm sorry, someone mentioned something murky or muddy. I tried to follow along. I don't see what you're seeing. I'm not saying it's not there. I'm just saying I can't see it right there. I do agree about that there is a bottom something on this, what feels like a stroke or something. I can't explain it. With that, all of the attributes and the couple pieces of negative, I'm going to end up at 95 on this because exceptional is the way, for me, this image is the best way to describe it. Thank you, guys.
'93. Letter race. '82. Lost River Range. 83.
Challenge.
I'll challenge that.
Marie, your call. All right, Jenny.
I lost my scores. I'm sorry.
So I'm at an 86 on this image. Wow, when this came around, it was just like, this is a very, I just like what has been done here. I think this is a very impactful image. I think, this could be a commercial image. It's a great portrait image. It could be an illustrative image. I see this as the centerfold on a magazine with all the words down, the left-hand side of the page. I love how everything's been handled. The technical excellence here, you've got that subject that's nice and sharp. Everything else is just kind of lending to that story. You've got those leading lines. You don't have a horizon line going through anybody's head. I really like what's been done. So I would like to hear from the rest of the jury.
I'm at 81. I think this is beautiful, and I'm in this funny little spot in my head that I wish I was shooting it because it looks really awesome to shoot. Like, it's a great scene. The props all make sense, or the whatever. It all works for me. I'll give you a couple of things I'm struggling with, and maybe you can address them. I know this sounds crazy, but the posing is so static. I know he's looking left, or camera left, that is, and the squareness, like the belt area in alliteration to the gun area, is a little less dynamic than I think it could be. The hand in the pocket is like he's posing like he's a groomsman, and so I'm looking for a little bit more dynamic to go up. I'm not saying I can't. I'm just telling you, I think this is awesome. It's also just a tiny bit purple to me, the whole image. Maybe that's the lighting that's happening in the day, but the color balance seems a little bit off.
Yeah, I ended up at an 80 on this, deserving of a merit. I had the same thought with the color balance. It just seemed overall kind of blue and cool. For being a sunlit day, I would expect it to have a little warmer tone. I struggled with the composition. I felt that there was a little too much foreground. I think cropping that in maybe would have helped with a little stronger composition, a little bit more dynamic. And then really in that foreground, kind of lower left quadrant, I don't know if it's a rock or something else that has the same tones as the mountain, and it just pulls my eye down there. I wish that wasn't there, but it is, and so I have to consider it. And for me, that's a big distraction.
I was at 78, above average category. Lots to enjoy about it, but I too had concerns with the posing and the color cast.
88 for me. Oh my goodness. I was definitely in the excellent category. And I think this pose is perfect. If they're selling the outfit, we're selling the gun, we're selling the time, looking off into the distance. Color wise, I see we have a lot of clouds on there. The lights coming through and just gracing nicely. Look at the highlight that's behind him that makes him stand out. I also see this as a double truck spread in a commercial image all day.
I'm glad that Bob cleared up some of those issues. I agree with him on those things as well. If you are selling, this gear, all of this, I mean, this is a great pose. It shows, that gun holster on the front. It shows how comfortable it is. He's cold. He's in the mountains. His hand needs to be in his pocket. I like all of the foreground. To me, it feels very true to life. Picture yourself being the thing that's being hunted, and you're hunkered down thinking, oh my gosh, I hope he doesn't see me. You need that voyeuristic kind of perspective. And to me, those mountains are exactly the color they need to be. It is high up there. There is less oxygen. And I don't know, maybe there's just something that happens that makes that color tone a little more purple, but they look pretty accurate in my part of the world. I just think this is an excellent image. I think it's very well handled, very well done. And, I'm going to give props to the maker just to getting to this location for this photo. That seems like a lot of work. So I'm still at an 86, and I'm going to match Bob and go up to an 88.
'87. Waiting to exhale. 83.
Challenge. 88, next category up. Wow. You can't pose nature. You can't decide when nature's going to happen and all that. And to get this, what it appears to be the exhale of a whale's breath into sunlight to get the warm against the cool, compositionally, like, I just think this is excellent. So I'd like to hear everyone else's opinions.
Gosh, I understand what the photo is. 78 for me in the above average category. It just didn't grab me as it did you. In addition, that stroke line is definitely not helping. And when we have that harsh black against that the super bright, that's just grabbing so much attention away from the subject in the middle.
I was at an 82, and I agree with everything that's been said. I also would like to have seen just a slightly different composition, because I do think it's an excellent capture, and I think a little something more to give it more impact would have been nice.
84. Thanks for challenging. I think I can come up. I think this is quite a moment. It's like an ocean firefall at Yosemite, where like the light is just skimming across the ocean, and the photographer's in the exact right spot. If they had been in a smaller boat or whatever, the mist would come out as clear, or like as no color. But because it's up against this dark blue, this cerulean colored sea here, it's really apparent. And we know that it's that color because it's also in the reflection. This isn't man-made by Photoshop. It's really exquisite. And I agree. I agree, though, for the challenger that the stroke is a problem, which is probably why I wouldn't be in the 90s, but I could probably come up.
Yeah, I scored this image an 81 in the merit category. It's been said, the colors are fantastic. The stroke is a problem. Composition for me was really a problem too. I would have liked to have seen that animal in the like upper right quadrant. There's a little too much headroom, a little too much on the right, in my opinion. I think there could be a stronger composition, which would have gotten my score up much higher.
So in rebuttal, yeah, the stroke's an issue, and had it not been there, I'd probably be talking about the big number, because I enjoy this so much. So I'm just gonna remind that we've got a couple of categories above where we're at on this. Compositionally, I actually love it that we come from the bottom left right in. It's not on a rule of third, but it's on a dynamic symmetry point that we go right to it. And somebody mentioned about Yosemite firefalls. Yeah, I mean, you can't know when something's going to happen in nature like this, the time of day to get that lit up, and so we get that color harmony and the light play going all the way across all of these waves and the colors that are going on with it. Yeah, I mean, certainly there's lots of different places to place this, but compositionally, I think it's actually really strong where it's at. We go right to that color, we go right to that breath, and it is also a creative and a unique approach to showing whale breaching here. We're not seeing the tail, we're not seeing the big spy hopping or all the things that whales love to do. This is a creative thing, or in the illustrative category, and I could see this as definitely an art piece that's hanging in a doctor's office or anything like that. So I'm comfortable up at that 88, and invite you to join me in the excellent category.
'87. Hidden Cove. '77. Slow Motion. '79.
I'll challenge.
Got a challenge?
I do. So I'm at an 84. high end of the deserving of a merit category. And again, I feel like sometimes we have these images spin around that sometimes you just don't know what to do with them. It's so outside of the box. It just doesn't follow all of the rules. And I feel like this is one of those images. Don't understand the title. I feel like there's a lot of things that can make this image better, but I definitely think for the creativity alone and just how beautiful and soft and well presented it is in a creative and stylistic manner, I would like to hear what the other judges think.
Jeff?
Sorry, I was unmuting. So I'm at a 74. And I want to say I love the color harmony of this image. I don't know what it is, of course, and it's okay. I love the harmony. There, I said it. I love it. I struggle though with this full execution as an entry, and it is a complete entry, but this 6 or 7% wide white giant stroke draws so much attention away. I realize it might be flipped or maybe it's not exactly white, but it draws so much attention away from the lines that are moving through this image. It doesn't come off as a window to the sky to me. It comes off as an unfortunate style choice. And so I'm focusing on that.
Yeah, I landed at a 78. I struggled with the presentation as well, and maybe even more so the kind of purpley stroke line that's around the white just really brings your focus out there. I was really confused overall about inside of that white. We've got the, really beautiful tones. We've got the cool motion in a diagonal pattern. But I couldn't understand why that lower left corner was so smooth compared to everything else. There's just no texture, no lines, no nothing down there, where the rest of it, I think, was beautifully done. So left me with confusion.
It was 82. I enjoyed it. And I'll just leave it at that.
76, in addition to the concerns that were mentioned earlier, intentional camera movement is a great tool to give us a nice abstract, but I feel that like maybe some other choices could have been made where it falls off to almost white with pretty much lack of detail in that bottom right hand corner in comparison, and then the softness in the left. Unfortunately, I think this falls short.
Thank you so much for all of your comments, and I will be lowering my score to an 81.
$79. Barrel racing's not for sissies. $82. Morning bliss. $77. I enjoy long walks on the beach. $79. King tides. $80 with a majority challenge. Marie, you want to sign that?
Jenni.
Jenni.
Well, I was at an 84. I was at the high end of the deserving of a merit. I just think this is a spectacular scene. I can see detail throughout. With regard to, the things that need to be in focus, I realize there's a mist that keeps some of the softness in those trees in the background. But I love this little curl of the wave that you see camera left that just shows the power and, everything that's going on. I like the presentation. I don't think it detracts. It doesn't really lend to it, but it doesn't take anything away from it. I like the color balance. So yeah, I thought it was a very high end of the deserving category.
Yeah, I scored the 79 and I really scored 79. I felt like it's so close. And I'm going to tell you that I really love the scene. And I mean, there's so much to like about this. The mist, I struggle with the depth of the hill that the lighthouse is on, right? But I think the challenger explained it well, that it's mist. What I'm struggling with, and just correct me, is the atmosphere and the clouds. There's like this chunkiness or something with the graininess. I'm not sure, but I expect it to be smooth up top, and then there's almost like a halo around some of the trees. So I really want to get in the merit category. So help me get there.
Well, I scored this in 83, so I am in the merit category. I'm not really seeing a halo around the cloud or around the trees. I think that's just the way that the clouds are back there. They go from dark to light, and they are lighter behind the trees. That's kind of how I'm seeing it. I think the chunkiness comes with probably noise. We had to do a fast shutter speed with this in order to stop that action of the waves crashing against the rocks. The water itself is perfectly still. We've got that foreground where we're seeing bubbles caught in the air. I can see splash, kind of in the middle above the water. And so all of that, has been caught, and it is an overcast day. So in order to stop that action, we have to use a little bit of probably a faster ISO, which is going to give us a little bit of noise. So that's what I'm seeing in the sky. I think that the maker did a great job with the decisions that they made to capture this image the way that they did, to show us that little bit of wave kind of being framed by the action of the water crashing against the rocks. There's so much here that I really appreciate, that I feel that this is deserving of a merit.
I was at 77 above average category. Oh, what a cool place. I want to visit that. But I struggled with the extreme bright area in the bottom left-hand corner against that dark matte. And then also the lighthouse appears to have like a dark halo around it. I don't know, maybe that's just something that I'm seeing, but there's something, I the mist, I can get that around the trees and what the lighthouse is sitting on, but I don't understand what the darker like halo would be around that. But those two things help me in that, and I can find myself up to merit.
I was at a 77, and I noticed the wave itself and the capture of that, just absolutely stunning. I do feel that there is a halo around the trees. If it was consistent, you would see the light going right through, but I'm seeing it being around all the tops of them and through the backs. Whereas as soon as you go to the right, then it looks like it was burned down. Unfortunately, I feel this has fallen a little bit short. Beautiful scene, though.
In rebuttal, so we're not talking about, whether this is in the superior category or, the exceptional category. We're talking merit versus no merit. And there's so many things that I like about this image. So many of you have pointed out smaller sections. And it's like, if you look camera right, that horizon line where you just see the outline of, the hill, and then the hill behind it, and then the clouds behind it. I can see detail in those clouds. Like, I don't even know how many miles away that is, but I can see a tree line and another mountain behind it. So to me, that's even an image. Then you look over here at the waves, and as Lisa pointed out, you've got this beautiful, smooth, beautifully colored, almost like glass wave with all this powerful water crashing around it. And that's an interesting capture. Then you've got this hill line going up where I can see the water crashing behind that hill, but I can still see all of the moss, all of the rocks. you know, the cloud, the chunky cloud looking, I'm just gonna say, look, at mere atmospherical, you know, moisture, you know, can add things like that to clouds and capture that you just go, what is that? I'm not going to fault the maker for that. I'm not really seeing whatever is around the lighthouse. That lighthouse looks pretty clear to me. I mean, I can see the paint chipping off of it. I also do not see the halo around the trees. I agree with Lisa that, you know, depending on where light is coming from, if there's a break in the clouds over there, you know, we can always, it always can appear that something's happening. But again, if we don't know for sure, I just think this is a great capture with all of these great little things happening. Could it be better? Yes. Could the composition be better? Could the stroke be better? Yes. But again, we're talking about, you know, merit versus no merit. And again, I'm going to stick with my 84 because I just think this is a really well done, nice capture.
Rescore.
81. Curves on curves on curves. 81. Changing of the guard. 77. Curtsy. 82.
Challenge.
Got a challenge?
Yes. I am up at 91. I am in the superior category. I think this is so beautifully done. There's just such a dance between our two subjects. There's so much story here, and the lighting that the maker chose is so beautiful and so delicate. There's not one area that's blown out. There's not one area that's blocked up. They've handled everything so well and just given us such an impactful story here. I would love to hear your feedback.
I'm at 77 in the above average category. It is lovely and lots to enjoy. But gosh, I just sit here and go, it'd been great to have just a little more retouching done on these beautiful flowers on their stems, you know, just to get me up into that superior category. But it is a lovely image to look at.
Gosh, I was at 77 in the above average category as well. You know, just I don't see a lot of depth and dimension here with that flat green background. I do feel that there's some blocked up areas in the tops of the leaves with the, you know, even though the light's coming down from the top, it's all closed off. And then our red stroke against this super white matte going on. Unfortunately, it's fallen short for me.
I was at an 83 for everything that's been said.
Yeah, 82 for all the positives, and I kind of appreciate this different green background. And so, yeah, there are a couple of shortcomings. I agree with some of the comments. Don't care for the stroke color, but there's an interesting. I mean, I appreciate the dance, the curtsy that's involved here. So I appreciate the creativeness in it.
Okay, well, I've got an uphill battle in front of me. You know, I don't disagree with the presentation. It definitely is a distraction and could be better. But, you know, I've got plenty of points in front of me that if that were corrected, I would definitely be higher. I really don't feel that the leaves are blocked up. They curl around and they go into shadow, and that's why they're darker at the top. That's just the way that they grow. That's natural to them. I know one juror talked about retouching the stems. Gosh, I don't know what I would change. I don't know what I would retouch. you know, there might be a few areas in there that are a little bit lighter, but again, that's natural to the stems. That's how these flowers grow. I think if we look at the delicate light that's just enhancing the shape of these stems, it's so beautiful, and it just adds so much character. You know, there was somebody mentioned the depth. If we look just at the flowers themselves, there's highlight and there's shadow, and there's three-dimensionality to the flowers themselves, to the stems, to the leaves, everything that our subjects are all about. There is definitely some depth there. It's a solid background, and with a solid background that is really well lit. Like, we don't have any banding there. We don't have any darkness and vignetting on the background. That background has been handled really well also. So there's not going to be depth when you've got a solid color background. So I have to then look at my subject matter, and I think that has been handled so well. This had so much impact for me when it came up. I just smiled because these flowers just have so much joy. If we look at the 12 elements, technically this is done really well. So there's definitely technical excellence. It's a creative way to photograph flowers and to show that to us. We've got style here. We've got beautiful composition with leading lines bringing us right into those flowers, and those colors just capturing us right there. Color balance, lighting technique. There's so much going for this image here. I will listen to everybody else and come down to the next category. I'm at a 91 right now, but I'm going to be at the top of the excellent category at an 89.
Oops.
'85. Courting Illusion. '76. Our Arcadia Grove. '76. Look for the bare necessities.
I'm still on the last. Okay, here it comes. Okay.
'82. Get off my lawn. '77.
We bring back bare necessities.
Look for the bare necessities.
Yeah, I scored this an 87, I believe. Yeah, 87. I feel that the bear was just, totally there. You can wonder, what the heck is he getting ready to charge and go off? We have a just absolutely beautiful rendition of the bear and his environment.
I was at an 83, and I agree. I think this image has a lot of positives going on for it. I love the light on the bear, and listening to all my other jurors.
Yeah, I was at 77. I also appreciate the light in the bear, and I like the lines leading up to the bear. I guess it's one of these situations that it's an awesome bear, but there's so much focus is on the silver tips of the back versus the bear's face. Not a fault, I guess, of the maker, because we got to tell the bear to turn around. But it doesn't. I mean, if I'm being fair to the maker, it just doesn't strike me as much as a benefit with the emphasis on the back.
Yeah, I was at a 78 on this image. It's such a cool thing to see and experience, but as it's presented to us, for me, it didn't have a lot of impact, and it didn't carry the story.
I was at 83. I don't have any real reason why I'm not higher or lower, so I'll listen to the rebuttal.
Yeah, so when I look at this bear, I'm seeing lots of depth and dimension. And as far as I'm not absolutely certain, but I believe the hair on the back of those bears is a little bit brighter. And yes, the light is coming from the bear's rear side. But we still have tons of detail in the face. And it doesn't look like we've, just sharpened it hit it with a sharpening stick or anything. Presentation is nice and clean. That dark gray allows the bear to have the contrast that it needs. Excellent for me.
Where you at, Bob?
87.
$85. Petals and petals. $80. Starfish. It's what's for dinner. $80. Jagged Valley Sunbreak. $77. April Showers. $82. Full Moon Aurora. $81 with the majority challenge.
I'll challenge this little bad boy. Full moon aurora to capture this. I have this at an 88, high in the excellent category. We have detail across the bottom. We have some highlights. We can tell what that was going on. You need a longer exposure to capture the aurora and the stars together. I think this is beautifully done.
I am at an 81, and I just need to listen to my jurors on this one. We don't get an aurora in Wyoming, so I'm going to look for some insight.
78. Love the aurora. Love the tracking the stars, or whether it's used as a tracker or whether it's a single exposure. I think that part is beautiful. The overexposure of the ambient light is, I realize it's a full moon. There's going to be more light on the foreground. But the maker chose to shoot it here, and so we've got this wide expanse of largely, I mean, I'll say featureless, but I know there's little camps and houses in the foreground. I just don't find it visually appealing as this amazing aurora, and it draws my eye. And the pink stroke draws me out of the frame versus into the color harmony of the image.
Yeah, I was at a 78 on this as well, for many of the same reasons. I do feel that this is overexposed. I think if it was a shorter exposure, we would have had more clarity in the auroras themselves and really be able to see those lines. Our foreground, could have come down deeper. And I think overall it would have enhanced that image. I do feel like we're missing a subject here as well, even though, it's about the aurora. Having a subject matter in the foreground really, I think, could bring our eye in, and it just feels a little, something's missing. I'm looking for something, and I go to those three little trees in the bottom, and it's not enough for me to appreciate the vastness of this. And then the stroke line, unfortunately.
I was at 78 for much of what's been said, and actually it's that last bottom inch or so of the image that I think takes away from all the rest of the beauty in that. So for me, it was just a miss.
Oh man. Okay. 79. Be lower in my score because of my education.
79. Duel for the finish. $83. All right, and we are halfway done with our competition.
You know what? I'm going to challenge that one.
No, just kidding.
Chris, since it's
got beat
because I've a category up at 86. It finished at 83. You know, so maybe I can convince everyone. Wow, the fact we got all 8 hooves off the ground here. Absolutely love of course, the way that we've got all of the numbers going across. But we've framed the one jockey right perfectly between 11 and 12, you know, and then the results of 1 and 2, and it can only appear that this is 1 and 2. There's a lot to enjoy about this. I think it's an excellent capture, and then, you know, compositionally doing this this panoramic. So I just want to talk about it and see if maybe we can't bump it up to that next category.
Yeah, I was right there with you, Pete. I had an 87 on this, and it's 7.5 hooves in the air, but but it was very well done. You know, I feel this could have been stronger with maybe printing down a little bit, but man, the capture of the moment is right there.
I was at a 79. Give me the title one more time.
Duel for the finish.
So, Duel for the finish, there were a couple things that kind of threw me off. One, you know, it says Duel for the finish, but if you've ever seen finishing line photos, they're more focused on the horse's faces. And I feel like this capture is the horse is just slightly beyond us. And so it just kind of didn't, the storyline didn't tie in for me. Also, with the mud in front of the horses, it tells me this isn't for first and second. And I feel like even just cleaning those up, it would be stronger. But my main issue is I just am lacking that little bit of focus. I don't feel like this is, I just feel like the focus is lacking between that, you know, like right on that horse's face.
Yeah, I was 83 on this entry, and wow, I mean, I know the last juror spoke. I've never seen us give insight about like looking at the spray in front. Thank you, because that kind of made me really think about the image. And I think the duel for the finish, though, doesn't have to be duel for first place. Maybe it's for second or third or fourth or fifth or something else. And so they're doing for a finish. They just may not be doing for the finish we had in our heads. And I'd be at 100 if all 8 hosts were off. No, I'm just kidding, Pete. It is 7, but it's really good. And I like this image. I do agree that it's a little bit underprinted, but I'm trending up. It's a great capture.
I was at 78 on this image. There's a lot to like here. There really is. My biggest struggle is the focus. I didn't feel like there was anything that was really sharp. The sharpest areas are the hindquarters of the number 6 horse. That looks to be the most in focus. And then my eye goes down to the dirt that these horses are kicking up behind them, almost out of frame, and that looks sharp. But when I look at the horses' faces, they don't seem sharp. And then my eye moves around, and I feel like there's been some over sharpening in other areas trying to bring that back. So for me, there were, you know, some technical issues, but the story is great. I think the overall capture is really nice. Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, well, I could appreciate everyone's comments and all that. And gosh, I see that I see this the 8th one on the ground now. So gosh darn it. Anyway, it's not going to change my position on it. You know, that dirt that's in front, that, you know, those hooves as they're coming up could probably bring dirt up in front. So I don't know if there's horses in front of them or not. I'm going to just guess that there's lots going on all the way around them on all of this. I see sharpness, so I guess we all see things in how that we see, but I mean, I see sharpness through the tail, through the whole animal, up to the eye, his riding crop, his helmet, his goggles, all of that. Actually, The other is compositionally how they've caught this decisive moment where the two horses' faces are basically framed just really sensational as well. I'm not going to go on and on and on because I'm just trying to bring you up to the next category. I think this is actually excellent. I would invite you to come up there. I mean, yes, there's things on any image we could just pick apart, but let's just bring this up for this image up into excellent. I'm at 86.
'86. All right, and we're going to take a break because we are halfway through the competition. Give the judges a chance to stretch their legs and get refreshed for the next set of images. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
Okay.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We have officially finished our first 90 images, and we're on to the second half of the competition. We are still in the illustrative category. And up first is The Curtain of Envy. '78, or excuse me, 82 with the majority challenge.
That would be me.
Hmm.
I'm going to go ahead and jump in and take it. I'm in a 90. Curtain of Envy. It came around and I was like, whoa, okay, that's a curtain. I picture this could be a curtain made out of metal or a liquid lava. Like it's just this amazing feel of what a curtain looks like, yet I don't know what it is. I like the color harmony, the creativity and the style is wonderful. The composition is great on this image, and I enjoy the presentation. So I definitely need to hear from my jurors.
So thank you for challenging it, because it's perplexing to me. I'm at a 78, and it doesn't mean I can't come up. I'm kind of a little struggling. I feel like it's water, like a shot of water in my head turned sideways. And so I realized that the Curtain of Envy, which I think is an amazing name for an entry, I love the concept, but the lines aren't hanging straight up and down like a curtain would. So now I'm struggling with the title versus the curtain. Now I'm looking at it sideways, and I'm not enjoying as much all the different creative aspects of this image. And so I'm all saying that just because I'm just telling you where I'm at. I'm struggling a little bit with the second stroke, and then the overall color contrast. So, but I am listening because it's really interesting.
Yeah, I'm at a 79 on this, so just shy of that merit. I was a little confused overall by this. There's some really cool things. I saw this as flames that were maybe colored a little differently, or some sort of gas that has some blue and green flames to it. And I kind of appreciate the fact that there are some sharp areas, and then there are some that are not, so it gives it depth. But overall, the yellow tones, those neon greens in there, were just so overpowering for me that I couldn't see past them to kind of get into the image even a little bit more.
I was at 83. I don't know that I knew exactly what I was looking at, other than it was very creative, and I liked the play on green with envy. So it's still interesting for me to look at, and so I can't wait for the rebuttal.
Yeah, I scored this a 78 in the above average category. And while it comes around and just, hits you in the face, but then as you look at it more, I just feel like it was hit with the saturation stick, and the contrast is so high where, the darks have gone just so totally dark in so many areas that it just loses its continuity for me.
So, okay, so I'm hearing everything that everybody's saying, and the thing that I love is nobody knows what we're looking at. We've got flames, we've got water, we've got a curtain. That kind of lends to the style and the creativity that says, we don't know what it is, so we can't assume what it isn't, or what it should be, or how those lines should or shouldn't go. So I love that about the image. I love that there are sections that are super sharp, that they kind of just fade off into softness. So then I think, okay, is something coming towards me? Like there's so much mystery in this image, but I love the color balance here. I just adore how we use some of these colors that probably are not popular, I guess, to use in print competition to really give us this oversaturated green that is a little daunting, but at the same time, I just can't stop leading through these lines and reading through it and watching it and just trying to figure out what I'm looking at. And this is an illustrative category. I can absolutely see this hanging, you know, a 20-foot print in an airport that just makes people stop and look at it. And so for that alone, I would like to reward this maker for the creativity, for the style. I think I might have been a little overexcited, so I would like to come down into the excellent category. I'm going to be at the low end of that excellent category at an 85.
'83. Cowboy Sunset. '79.
I'll challenge.
Got a
I've
challenge.
got this in 83 and I'm enjoying what's going on there. You know, you have to go find the cowboy and he's over there and he's in silhouette. The bridge is in nice silhouette. We have, you know, the handling of the sun when it's in the frame. That was well done. Sky is there. And then we have, you know, our silhouette across there. Composition is nice. Works for me.
I'm at an 82 and I agree with what's been said. I would have probably minimized that stroke line just a smidge. But I too like the story and had to also find the cowboy.
I'm 77. I appreciate the story. Love the cowboy there. Maybe it's a compositional thing. I think there's a lot more, maybe too much room on the right-hand side. And then for some reason, the trees on the right-hand side are like glowing up against the horizon. And so I kind of struggle. Maybe it's an exposure issue. Maybe it's just too printed down for me. Loss of detail all in a whole lot of spots. And so I'm struggling with that.
I was at a 78. In addition to what's been said, I'm feeling like the area within the railing where the cowboy is has some technical issues. Everything within the railing seems brighter than anything else out there. Like everything else has been burned down a little bit, except for within the railings. So I'm struggling with that.
Yeah, I was at 73 in the average category. Yeah, I guess it just didn't have impact for me. All the technical issues that have already been explained. Compositionally, it's just split right down the middle. And I didn't even see the cowboy, to be honest with you, until after I'd already entered my score, but not that that would have changed it at all. So for me, it's just an average image.
Wow. I guess I'm fighting here a little bit. Can you say silhouette? And if we added, you know, if we went with a less exposure and printed it less down, then everything would go kind of muddy as opposed to being a sharp silhouette that's going across there. I'm sort of fighting with that, the area in between the cowboy and maybe it's not burned down enough. And as I look hard, I guess I have to go with that. I agree. Gosh, and now I'm noticing something else, so I will be lowering my score to a 78.
Yeah.
78. Windswept Thrills. 85.
Challenge.
Got a challenge.
I am up at a 92 in the superior category. This image is so well done. We've got sharpness everywhere. We've got detail everywhere. Even in that wave that's crashing down, there's detail within the wave. The top of that wave is perfectly horizontal. Love the splashing up above it in the upper area, and our composition is just phenomenal.
Yeah, I was at 85, and at this point, I don't have any reason not to be higher, but I will listen to what everyone else has to say.
Yeah, I was at 84, and my major distraction was the pure white presentation board. It just really just makes, when I kind of cover it up with my hands, I'm like, now I'm really driven into the guy. So the actual capture was nice. Oh man, offshore, man, I want to be on that board. I can come up.
I also was at an 84 and agree with everything that's been said. And yeah, I can probably come up as well.
I was at an 80 and agree with all the positives. I struggled with what I feel is we'll call it underprinting, overprinting, whatever. The overall exposure of the entry seems much too light for me. But I don't disagree with all the beauty here. So maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm putting too much emphasis on the white surf here. So I'll listen for the rebuttal.
Well, yeah, like if we talk about exposure here, we've got detail in that wave. We've got detail in the surfboard. Those are the two lightest areas. If we were to go down, if we were to print down or change our exposure, now we're looking at going darker, and his wetsuit would have been blocked up. And then we would have been talking about that. He's inside the wave, so his face is a little bit darker than his legs. If we go darker, then his face is going to be probably way too dark. I think the maker did a really great job of choosing the exact exposure to give us light where we need light, to not overexpose and lose detail in all of those lights. I don't know that they could have done anything different other than post-production. And we don't know what the maker's capabilities are with that. And this might be straight out of camera. And if it is, that's even more amazing. And then as far as the presentation goes, I didn't go up into the next category because I'm not a huge fan of that white presentation either. However, I think it doesn't detract from the beauty of the image. And I still come back to the surfer every single time. Sure, it would be better if it wasn't bright white, but at the end of the day, like, that subject is there and my eyes continue to go right there. I'm struggling because I want to go up into the next category, and I can't let that white mat keep me from going up there. That's my one thing with this image. I can't go all the way, but I am going to go up into the exceptional category because I do think I've underscored it. I'm going to go up to 96.
$92. Bottled perfection. $79. Good night, rocks. $76. Salon.
Say what?
Salon. Cheers in Irish.
Thank you.
$78. Warp drive. 78. Touchdown.
What category are we in, Chris?
Touchdown is in the photojournalism category. $78. Winter is coming. $81. Breakfast and coffee with friends. $79 with a majority challenge.
Challenge.
Jeff?
Shout.
Who was that? I heard echoing.
Whoever wanted to take it. I said I would,
would-
but give it to whoever.
Jeff,
Yeah, I'm at 76. I think it's kind of a neat scene. I love the little portal into the sun. I mean, into the ocean back there. For me, I appreciate that it's an interesting capture, but I don't find it as compelling as I'd like. I think this out of focus foreground and this rock coming up, blocking off the left foot, truncates my feeling of depth. I mean, I know we have some depth there, but it just didn't strike me into the merit category.
Well, I had it at an 80 just into the merit category. I thought it was a nice little capture, a nice scene, a nice slice of life type of image. These birds are having a great time getting some breakfast from the sky. To capture the bird in flight perfectly in focus and the little treat that's being tossed to it, I really appreciate that. And then just to include the surrounding scene, I feel like I'm sitting on that beach or, on these rocks, just watching this whole thing happen.
Yeah, I was at 82. Merit, to just build upon that, I really enjoyed the compositionally. We go from the coffee to the bird looking at the other one. We just move right around it. And the color harmony is really nice. So I thought that was enough to put it there in the merit.
Near miss for me, 79. And I certainly appreciate the capture of the bird catching the breakfast, but gosh, I feel like we have so much space around that we really don't even get to the bird in a good way. And then the way the background of the sea being so out of focus and so roiled, just no detail back there.
I was also at an 80. Chris, can you confirm what category is this?
This is photojournalism.
So is this like a reportage category?
Like reportage, yes.
Okay. So I guess I made the assumption that it was in that category, and I thought, wow, for something that hasn't been manipulated, hasn't had much done to it, to just have this great little exposure of a really nothing type of day, overcast day, not really anything working with the lighting, but still, like it was said before, just a great little slice of life. I also believe this needs to be in that merit category.
judges rescore.
80.
And just to confirm, we are fully in the reportage, although until you tell us different.
Incorrect. These are all randomized.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, it would be important to know if it's reportage.
From here on out, will call out reportage or photojournalism is our category. I'll call
Thank
that
you,
out.
sir.
Yep.
Thank you.
Last light. $83. Backside Beauty. $80.
Chris, can we challenge the last image?
Last Light.
Yeah, I got an 80.
Eight-
80 what?
88,
And my score was an 80, but I think I got an 80.
83
Because
is what he scored.
83.
83. So I am I'm up in the excellent, pretty deep in the excellent category. This is a gorgeous image. I mean, look at this beautiful texture and color harmony that's happening in these hanging feathers here on this bird. The beak is sharp, the eyes are sharp. I mean, it was a great scene, great composition. All the lines point back to this bird. It's pretty simple and clean presentation. I think excellent is probably the best way I can describe this image, maybe even higher.
Well, I was at 80, so just into the merit category. I really, really appreciate a lot of what you just said. Composition is really nice. The lighting, the direction of light, the light that's hitting the bird's body is beautiful. The color tones, the sky is beautiful. Where I'm having trouble is in the heron's face. Those lighter feathers, they're blown out, and it's so yellow. It's not a natural color for a heron to have those yellow tones in their face, and that is really throwing me off. And then that presentation is really holding me back from going higher as well.
I was at 81. Again, I don't know what color birds are or aren't. I attribute it's probably that it's warm light, but honestly, at this point, I really don't have any reason not to be higher. So I will keep my mind open here.
I was at an 80 as well for the things that were mentioned already.
I was at an 84, and the only reason I really didn't go higher is because I felt like, man, one step to the left would have made a lot of difference. Coming to all those little branches that are in the foreground that are kind of cutting into the bird's body. They're such strong leading lines. They just keep wanting to pull me away. So that's why I was at an 84.
Well, thank you all for your comments. I don't disagree about the presentation. I might have chosen something different. As it is, though, as I squint my eyes, you're very clearly instructed by nature to look into the center of this frame, this high point of this light area here. And speaking of that, I'm not getting a sense of blown out, I'll call it lower cheek of this bird, right? I'm seeing detail through all the feathers, and the yellow is easily explained to me. It's congruent with the warm light that I see into the branches all around it. Anywhere that the sun's hitting it, from the leg to the branches to the right-hand branches. So for me, that all makes sense. I would agree that maybe it would be whiter if it was a daylight scene, but this is that atmospheric sunset or sunrise that's creating this warm light. You're moving left to right. I also don't disagree. I know that I'm not a bird photographer, but I know if you sometimes move a little bit, the bird's gone. And so maybe that was the maker's justification. But I just think that overall the capture is beautifully done, well crafted. And there could be some things we could improve, but as it is, it's done in an excellent way, which leads me to 88.
$85.
Timeout.
All right, we're taking a quick break.
Let's do it.
All right, we're back, and up next is Majestic Falls. '84. I
I'm going to
Spy.
challenge that.
We've got a challenge.
Sorry, I just have to challenge this. I think this image falls into that category of, you've seen it so many times, but when you look at this image, it's just a very nicely handled image, and there's not. I'm trying to pick something. I'm trying to pick the image apart to keep it in a lower category, and that's not fair to the maker. So I really want to listen to my other jurors as to why they scored it and where.
Where are you at, Jenny? And what are
I'm
you
sorry,
challenging to do?
I'm at a 90.
Okay.
I scored this image in 82. I think Iowa's a beautiful place. Just seeing if Jenny's listening.
I'm listening.
It's Kansas.
I mean, look, this falls in Yellowstone Park. It's beautiful. I mean, it does certainly fall into that problematic situation that it's well photographed, well documented, and it's a beautiful scene. It's really great handiwork, I also agree that this image is definitely in the merit category. Love the lighting, love having this leading line of the walkway left in there. I could possibly come up. It's well done.
Yeah, I landed on an 85 on this image. I agree. I think it's really well done. I like the exposure, the length of exposure, the composition with the walkway down in that lower corner, even the light that's on the trees, I think is really well handled. So yeah, I'm listening.
I'm at 83. I clearly need to get out more because I didn't know where this was at. I have no idea. I do know it's probably not Iowa. But what I guess what I'm glad that we're having this discussion, but I really enjoy not just the walkway for the line, but I like for the scale for the scene. It really kind of gives scale to the how massive those waterfalls truly are. So the more it sits here, the more I'm enjoying it.
I was, firmly in the merit category in 81. It just felt so flat to me, and I think part of that is contributed by the fact that the maker chose a pure white surround, and it fights because then it makes the water that's in the scene look kind of not beautiful as much as it could.
Well, so the only negative comment that I'm hearing is the color of the presentation. But as far as all of our other 12 elements, I mean, we've got technical excellence going on, as it's been mentioned. The capture is nice, not only how it was captured, but the length at which it was captured out. The lens choices is wonderful because it does give us that scale. The color balance is wonderful. I mean, it looks as it should. The center of interest, I like this vertical presentation. The lighting on it is beautiful. And I just don't want to hold this image back because it's an image that has been seen, has been shot, has been done, because it's still a beautiful, beautiful capture. And if that presentation color, were different, if it did have a darker presentation, then I would probably be even higher than my 90. So I think this image definitely is more than just deserving of a merit, and I would like to invite you guys up.
And you're at?
And I'm at 90, and I will be staying at 90.
Okay.
'88. I Spy. '78. In the photojournalism category, Shopping Before the Storm. 81 with a majority challenge.
Challenge. I will challenge that. I'm at 90 superior. Composition, I love how this is. Obviously the color harmony here with all those warms, and then the one little blue shopping bag with her getting ready to shop it. And then for me, the icing on the cake is being able to capture that little bird right up there in the clouds. So just interesting to be able to wind all the way through this, and so much to enjoy. So I thought it was done superiorly.
81 in the merit category, and I may have missed it. I'll be listening.
I am at a 79, and my main reason for being at a 79 is because I feel like that photojournalism category, it's definitely one that you can't make any of these alterations. So, I mean, planning this shot was wonderfully done. The capture is great. My concern is that the background, even that very back tippy top chapel, is more, I feel like the focus is more on the background than it is on the subject.
Yeah, I'm 76 for that exact reason. I realized this, hasn't been edited, but that there is so much the way the contrast is lighting the faces or the backsides of these buildings to create a lot more drama up top. I mean, I know that I can clearly see this young lady coming back from the market, but my eye doesn't go to her. I mean, it takes me a little bit, and seeing the little sliver of van back there, I just struggle with this quintessential moment. I like it, but I can't get into the merit category yet because that's so overpowering, that contrast of the scene behind it.
Yeah, I was at a 78 for the same reasons.
Well, I'm determined the whole image is the subject here. So I guess it's a matter of how we look at it. But I'm also imagining myself as somebody that was maybe sitting there waiting for something to unfold. And this lady just came around the corner with her shopping bags, and they put the human element into the story that they're telling us here. And then was it Shopping Before the Storm, or
Shopping Before the Storm?
Yeah, Shopping Before the Storm. So everything kind of tells a story there. And then what I like is the fact she's got this little blue bag against all that warmth. So I take this as all of it is the subject here to do it. And then they did the intent of waiting until a subject came into the frame. So I still think it's done up in the superior category. So we'll see where it ends, but I'm comfortable at 90.
'82. Tulip Flame. '75. A Gentle Hand. '77. Steelhead Falls, Infrared. '77.
Can we bring back A Gentle Hand, please?
A Gentle Hand.
Yeah, I've got this in the merit category at an 82. I think the maker told us where we're going, and I see that hand is so gentle, and then the sepia tone just pulling all those pieces together. I think this is again one of those sleeper here. 82 for me.
I was at a 75. I think the post-processing is a bit much. If you look camera left, right behind the subject, that is so gritty and grungy compared to, there's so much more going on in the background than the foreground. So it's a little confusing. It wants to feel like film, but it doesn't quite feel like film. And the presentation is just very, very distracting.
78. I'm compelled. I love this image. I really think there's maybe a mirror print in here, depending on how it's cropped. And for me, that's what it comes down to: is the story is this hand and the circle that's underneath it. But when I look at it for any longer than a quick second, all I see is the ridge of the decorative saddle. And so that draws so much attention away from this hand. The hand is so high up in the head of the image that I'm getting stuck in some of the other circles and pieces of geometry that lead me out of the hand.
Yeah, I was at a 75 for the things that have already been said.
I was at 76 in the above average category, and yeah, the rope just commands so much attention, and I think the chaps are kind of that same tonality as the hand, so it's hard to get up to it.
Wow, tough one. I'm going to give you guys a quick hit, and then I'll move on. I'm still in the merit category. I appreciate your comments. The texture is that texture is everywhere. It's just that where it's a brighter and there's more detail, the actual grain is not showing up, but it shows up more against the background. And I appreciate where the hand of the rider is, because it just the lines of the horse bring it down. Anyway, merit category for me, 82.
$79. Beauty pageant. $80. Sunset Cruise. $78 with the majority challenge.
I'll challenge that because I'm probably keeping it from merit. I was at 69. I guess I don't have impact. Presentation is really basically the only element that I'm really kind of finding in this. I'm sure the rest of you will school me on this, but I don't have a center of interest. I just don't feel it for me that this is exhibition worthy.
Yeah, I was at a 77 in the above average category, and I had some of the same issues.
Well, I'm the one probably keeping it in the category in the other direction. I was at an 83. I like how this one wants to break the rules. So I do feel like there's some leading lines there. I mean, I naturally want to go to these rails at camera left, and it takes me up to the buildings and straight across the bridge. Do I think it could be cropped different? Absolutely. Do I think there could be a different presentation? Absolutely. But I think as far as the capture, obviously we've got a slower shutter speed because that water wants to be a little murky. And so I still think there was skill involved in capturing this night scene.
I agree. I'm at 80. I look at this. There's intentional photography here. These leading lines, of course, they bring you from this lower left and circle around to the bridge. The subject is the bridge and this waterfront. I don't know the town that this is in, but I see the docks and the loading areas in the back. It's right there at twilight, or the sun's just about to go down. For me, I think this is a well captured piece of. I mean, I could easily see this in this town's airport as a way to welcome travelers to this area. So for me, I think it's in the merit category.
Yeah, I put it in the merit category as well. I gave this an 82. I thought it was handled well and done with intent. I think that they chose a really nice time of day where there's some ambient light to, kind of show the environment and what's going on in this town, but yet all the lights are on, so that adds some different interest. And I think that they handled the sky really well as well, and gave us some really beautiful clouds and some nice color up there to really tie it all together with that little subtle reflection in the river.
Well, this is why we do this. So first of all, so the makers listening, I'm not trying to indicate that there is no skill or any of that. I was just struggling with 12 elements in place here. So please don't take it as I was indicating you were unskilled, which is not the case. But I do appreciate the comments that I received from my panel, and have new set of eyes on that. So I will adjust my score up to the top of the above average category at 79.
$81. I'm going to take a quick
Coming
break.
up on lunchtime, sir?
Perfect.
All right, everybody, we're going to take a quick lunch. So we've got about 30 minutes, and we'll see you back here for more judging. Thanks, everyone.
Boom.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. We are officially after lunch and still in the illustrative category. Just a reminder of our judges and jury chair. We've got as our jury chair, Marie Martineau-Sandberg, and our judges, Pete Rezac, Bob Coates, Jenni Knezovich, Jeff Dachowski, and Lisa Asp. So we're going to be continuing in that illustrative category. And up first, Pronghorn on the Prairie.
Give me just 1 second, okay?
$79. Nature wins in the end. $78.
Challenge.
You got a challenge.
You do. I've got this in the merit category in 83, and I'm sure I will hear, oh, there's so much contrast. We've lost our detail. But I think that the maker has told a story here that really works well. And it's one of those ones where it's official. It's dark in there because I don't want you to look there necessarily, and that contrast works.
I'm also in the merit category at 82, and I think this is a very striking image. A lot going on, and I'm going to listen to the comments.
Yeah, I'm 75. I mean, the challenger fully understood the issue during the challenge. It's like, did you understand the assignment? It's not about not looking in there. It's about a control of exposure. The trees are overexposed, and there's almost like a solarization on the right-hand side. I think it's maybe it's a time of day, maybe it's an exposure issue, but it feels like a lack of control versus a choice, because part of the brick is well exposed, and some of the trees are all kind of blasted out. So struggling with the overall contrast.
Yeah, I was at a 77. I had a struggle with the contrast as well. And then in addition to that, this presentation is so bold and so bright and really keeps my eye out of the image rather than in the image where I want to be looking.
I was at 75 in the above average category, and 3 best words, it's been said.
I kind of felt I was going to be going uphill with this one. Like you said, I called it. I knew what the concerns would be, and I think that in this particular case, this maker has used this contrast to help really push this story forward. Merit category 83 for me.
$80. Riders on the Storm. $84. Shadow Play. $78. Rose Tinted Reflection. $77. In the photojournalism category, Drag Racing, Cowboy Style.
Uh-oh. There we go.
80. Morning has broken. 81. In the photojournalism category, Perfect Flight. 80. Tidewater Barge Company early shipment. 83. Frosted. 79. Freedom is a wonderful thing. 83.
Challenge category higher, 88. Wow. Love the composition the makers provided us here, the color harmony. Lots to enjoy. I think this is excellent. Just like to hear why we're not a category higher.
82 in the merit category for Firmly. The bird is very well done, other than it has quite a cut out feel that's holding me back to going up to that next neighborhood.
I was an 82 for the exact same reason.
78. I love the color harmony. For me, the kind of feel that it was the feel I was getting on this lower right wing is what's keeping me out of the merit category initially.
Yeah, I was at an 84, top of the merit category. I thought the bird was fabulous. The thing that kept me from going higher was some banding in the background, especially in that upper left corner, right above that wing. I really see it there, kind of by the tail feathers as well, and just above the beak.
Well, I guess I enjoyed it. I didn't see the banding. I know that the cutout feeling I can't get, probably can't address that other than, long lens and compression. But yeah, I probably enjoyed it a little too much. I still think it's a merit image. I will adjust to 82.
'81. Windows in the wall. 79.
Challenge.
Got a challenge.
Gosh, we're awful close. I have this in an 83, and I'm not sure if it was the treatment or the lighting at the time of day, but I really feel like there's a lot of things going on here where we've got, the light in the background behind or reflecting on the glass. Not sure which that is, but the color tones were just absolutely lovely. And it's got a graphic feel to it with where it's kind of using that keystone to make it work.
I'm at an 80, and I agree for all the positives. I wish that presentation was black versus white. There's just no white in that image except for that one little teeny tiny brick up in the upper left-hand corner. And so that matte just kind of keeps making me look right at that little brick. So that's my only reason for just sticking right here at this 80.
77, pretty close. I do appreciate the whatever lighting. I can't tell the lighting. Is it nighttime with a spotlight? Is it overhead? It's interesting. My struggle here is I'm having a hard time shaking this symmetry problem. And what I mean by is when I look at some pieces, there is symmetry around. I see straight line, what feels like straight lines on the horizon, but then there's like this bulge in the middle, and then the left isn't equal to the right. And of course, that open window, I don't fault the maker for, and they're not going to be expected to go close the window, but it kind of breaks this. So I'm struggling a little bit with that.
Yeah, I was at a 78, which is in the above average category. It's an interesting image. It's different. There's definitely things here to like. I just was a little confused by it all and wasn't quite sure what the intent of the image was. So I landed at above average.
Yeah, I was at 77 for much of what's been said on the symmetry. I guess in addition to what was mentioned about the windows, but even the top decorative arches, like we end on the right hand side there with a dark arch, and the other side it's brickwork, and so all these little things, and then in addition there's those little white bricks, and I understand that they're there, but I also don't believe this is photojournalism, so those could have been just fixed. But I mean, it's close, it's got potential, it's just short for me.
Gosh, if the background, the mat board, the presentation was toned down, I'd be all over this even more. As far as the perfect symmetry, I think this, if I'm looking at this looks like a much older building. You can see there's, chips out of the brickwork, etc. And the fact that there are white bricks in there, that I think that gives us that ability to give it a little bit more. It's got some room to move. Merit for me, 83.
$80. Peggy's Cove, Halifax. $79. Just mucking around. $80. In the photojournalism category, horsepower and grit. $84. Effortless. $80 with a majority challenge.
Challenge. I was at 84. Absolutely love the color palette the maker's chosen here, and compositionally, it's a very peaceful scene. I can almost hear the waves and everything that's going on with that. So I thought it was a merit.
Near miss for me, 79. And where it seems to fall a little bit short is everything seems kind of milky, and our horizon is like running uphill there.
I'm at an 84. I agree with Pete. I just think this is a nice, simple, serene scene. I love the capture on the bird. Yeah, so it's in the merit category for me.
78. Love the capture of the bird. My issue is much more in line with the technical issues that were mentioned. That reverse vignette milkiness that's I'm struggling with.
Yeah, I ended at a 76 for those same reasons, the technical things, that milkiness. I had haze in my head. There just doesn't seem to be a lot of depth and dimension to the bird itself, which is our main subject.
I got no rebuttal. I'm still at 84, and we'll see where it lands.
Murray, you need to vote.
What? Oh,
79 or 80?
80.
All right. 80. Man of the Mountain. '81. Sprint to the finish. '78. Powered by water. '77. Low tide. '78. A creative eye. '81.
Challenge. 88. Excellent. Wow. What a great kind of almost branding portrait for this florist, showing her awesome space, like compositionally where they placed her within her space. Nice and crisp, nice color harmony. I thought it was excellent.
Yeah, I had the same feeling about most of what you say, but I have trouble with, how our model is posed. And I guess maybe, all right, I'm standing like that. It just felt like she was falling over as opposed to being, I'm not sure why. And I don't know if maybe there was some straightening done or whatever, but there was something. I mean, all the verticals are really nice and strong. Help me out here.
I was also at a 79, and I really want to love this image because, like Pete said, this could be a really great advertising image. But one, the pose is just unflattering. It's unflattering to her. I mean, the light on her is, there's definitely some direction of light, but there's the light bulbs at the top seem to be not only blown out, but they seem so soft. And this cart or the table that's right in the foreground, like the legs on it almost, I don't know what's going on with the pots on that table that are right to the center, but one of them feels like it's almost leaning towards me and the other one feels like it's leaning away from me. And so I'm just having some brain issues, I guess, with determining what's going on with some of those perspectives and shadows down there.
Yeah, for all those reasons, I'm at a 76. I think the challenge is right. This is a great branding shot. And for me, one of my big concerns is the overall color balance is so off the charts warm. It just seems like a white balance problem in the camera. And the last year was talking about this stuff in the front. The only way I can describe it, and I'm not making any assumptions, is it's like it's two different images. It's like the front pots have been dropped in, or the front table that it feels like the contact shadows are strange or wrong, and I should be looking at the woman but I'm looking all over and the depth of field seems out. So I'm struggling with getting a merit for a variety of technical concerns.
Yeah, I put it just in the merit category at 80. Um, yeah, now I'm looking at those tables, and that one that's right in the center, there's a horizontal crossbar that is not lining up, and I cannot make that make sense in my head. I don't know why that wouldn't line up. The table on the left, down by the leg, that bottom shelf, there's something going on down there as well where the lines are not quite lining up. So I am having some technical issues now with that as well that I think are going to take me out of the merit category.
I'm waving the white flag. 78.
$78. Scented currant. $76. Skeletal fire. $78. Time to celebrate. $78. Pasta la vista. $78.
I'm going to challenge this.
All right.
I'm
got a
in
challenge.
I'm in an 83. This is a simple image. I realize it's just pasta, but there is direction of light here. There is intention. There's, leading lines. I really can appreciate this composition and the square crop. The presentation doesn't detract from it. I mean, it's not distracting at all. It's maybe there was a better presentation, but I just really think this is a very nice, well done, simple, commercial image.
Yeah, I'm at 76, and I don't disagree that I think it's well done. In fact, I mean, I'm scoring in the above average category. I think the pasta looks appealing, and the color shifts across each pasta, and that makes sense. That might be whole grain. There's just kind of like some murkiness to the light that I'm not talking about sharpness. I'm talking about that I'd like to see a little bit more pizzazz in the light, a little bit more depth creating across the ridges and the pieces, because this does come off as commercial to me.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what was said. I was also at 76. And for me, I am seeing some issues with sharpness. This is one of those subjects that is not going to move. We should have complete control over it, and everything in here should be tack sharp. And I'm seeing a lot of pieces of pasta that are not.
76. It's all been said.
77. Been said.
All right. Thank you so very much for your comments, Jer. And I was obviously excited about pasta. I didn't get pasta at lunch, so I'll be lowering my score to a 79.
77. In the photojournalism category, cowboy hovercraft. $79. Water park. 80. Bad Hair Day. 79. In the photojournalism category, Playing Through the Pandemic. 84.
Challenge. I'm at Superior 90. Love the composition, the tonal range of the black and white on this, and the story that the maker's conveying. I think this is excellent reportage image. Or Superior.
Yeah, I was at 83, firmly in the merit category. Yes, the black and white tones are right there. The moment captured was good, so I can be trending up.
Also at 83 for all that's been said, and I also could be coming up on this.
Yeah, 82, solid merit for me. I think the challengers got some great points here. I'm trending up.
I was at 84, and as soon as I punched it in, I thought, oh, I'm probably underscoring it. So, yep, I'm with you.
All right. Well, hearing that there's no real objections, I mean, look at the story. We got everybody on the bench looking up at the decisive moment, the action, storytelling, and whatever. Superior 90. I invite you to join me.
$90. Fat Folds.
Was it Fat Folds or Bat?
Fat Folds.
Fat. Okay. Thank you.
Like my belly. $84.
Challenge.
Got a challenge.
Yeah, I'm at 88 and I'm probably low. This is exquisite. Love the detail. Love this reflected light off the ground, the texture, the story. I mean, I don't know what part of the elephant this is, but it's totally awesome. Like, so much texture, so much detail. Love this monochrome warmth that's here. It's not so warm that it's tricking me. It's like this cool kind of mauve warmth, beautifully presented, interesting piece. I'm always running around my head trying to figure stuff out. Maybe I'm low at 88.
I landed at 82 on this. I think that we have a really interesting subject matter that is presented to us in a different way, but yet it's so recognizable. I think we all know what we're looking at here. I do feel that the lighting is a little bit flat. I really wish that we had more highlight and shadow, and I think that's something that could probably be done if the maker can do that in Photoshop, and that would make it that much better. And I'm really struggling a lot with the presentation. It's really keeping me out of the interesting thing that's happening within the frame.
I was at 88, and thank you for challenging this, Jeff, because that's how I'm feeling about it as well. But wow, I guess I couldn't disagree more about the directional light. I mean, we've got highlights and shadows going all over and every little crevice there to take that out. And I feel flat light would have filled all that stuff in and we wouldn't have it. And also, I know it seems that there's this bad rap about light presentations on images, but gosh, I'm looking at this as fine art. You go to any museum that's got photography as a primary subject that's done, you're going to find white matte board presentations on it. And I don't think that this is pure white. I think that it's just off enough. And I think that it works in this case so much. So, gosh, as it's sitting here and the more I'm enjoying it, I know I'm low at 88.
Gosh, I'm off at the other neighborhood at 78 in the above average category. This one didn't grab me like it grabbed y'all. The left-hand side and moving toward the middle, I can be with you, but then the way it falls off so fast in that bottom right-hand corner, and I feel that this white mat is a little too white. And yes, they do have, white, but usually it's even a little more off-white as far as that presentation goes.
Well, I was at 85 and I felt like I was a little shy. So again, I appreciate the challenger for letting us talk about this. And for most of everything that's being said, I just want to agree that I feel like this is fine art. And that white mat, I just don't even want to focus on it because I'm still trying to figure out exactly which part of this that I'm looking at. And it's just so interesting. So thank you for challenging.
Well, thank you guys all for your comments. As I think it was Lisa who said that we all know what this is, but as this sits here, I mean, I'm guessing it's an elephant. I mean, that's my guess, right? And it might be your guess, but this also could be the leg of a dust mite. I mean, like it's so crazy, bizarre in its shape and its tonal values and its texture. I think it's an elephant, but I love that I'm kind of confused. This detail. I mean, I don't know. Is this a leg? Is this? I don't know. It's so interesting, and because of the way this line meanders from left to right and circles around, and it's captivating, and you can feel what it feels like. Like if you scratch that, you know what it's going to feel like. The maker's done a great job, and that to me is a signal of great lighting. So for me, with all of that being said, I'm going to bring my score to 92. And I fully understand that this image maybe captivates me more than others. So I understand that you might not meet me there. I hope you can give me what you got.
89.
Jabba the Hutt.
Lavender Haze. $78. Ascension.
I'm sorry, can you read that again?
Ascension. $83. There's only one ball. $79. Pathway Home. $82.
I'm going to challenge this one.
Challenge.
Yeah, I had this at an 87, so up in the kind of middle of the excellent category. I think that we've got such a beautiful composition here. We've got such a nice story that's enhanced by the title. It brings us right in there to this little church. My eye just moves all around, but yet it comes back to our main subject matter, and that's coming home to this church.
Yeah, I struggled. I was 78, 81 in there, kind of going either way on it, and I ended up at 78 just because it felt, the front portion of this little chapel that we see has some nice contrast to it, but then it gets a little muddy behind there. And then as much as I don't like to pick on presentation, I don't know that it's helping it be as successful for me on it. So those two things kept me ultimately from landing at merit, but I can certainly keep my mind open.
Well, I had the exact same thoughts as Pete, but I ended up on an 82.
I was an 84 on this image, and similar to Pete, was like 86, 84. And the thing that got me was that steeple just really feels like it's not straight. I feel like it's tipping camera left like 2 degrees. And it's the only reason that I felt like, man, I want to straighten it. But I still definitely could come up because the longer it sits here, the more I'm just enjoying kind of just the peacefulness of the image.
I was 79. And I mean, I've listened to the concerns and I really love the church. My struggle wasn't so much in the presentation. I can kind of okay with that. I love the church, but this graininess that only seems to exist in the sky, or maybe it's become apparent in the sky because of the way it's good. There's not detail there, but I get hung up in this extra grainy sky from like 11 o'clock to the steeple. And it comes off as a technical issue for me.
All right, well, let's start there. I saw the grain and I considered that when I was putting in my original score. But I inched my way into my monitor and I got closer and I can see grain throughout. I made the assumption, given all of that, that this was shot with a film camera and a higher ISO. I don't feel like it's something that the maker chose to add later. I think it was something that they chose when they chose to make this with film with a higher ISO. It's not something for me that detracts from the image. I feel like this is done in a different way than what we normally see because of that decision. I think overall it's such a peaceful scene, and that's a word that one of the judges used was peaceful, and that's really what it is. And I think that's really what our story is that this church is calling people home, and it's a place of sanctuary, it's a place of peace, and the entire capture just relays that story, I think, so beautifully. The presentation is fine. Is it perfect? It's not perfect, but I'm at an 87. I'm not asking for 100. There are definitely some things that could be done, I think, to increase the score. But I think as it sits and as well done as it is, how it's presented to us, it fits that excellent category. And I'm really happy with my 87.
'84. Needles and Thread. '80. Lobby Light Play. '83.
Hey, Chris,
Yeah.
can you just take just a 1 minute break for a second?
Yep, we're going to take a quick break
I'll
here.
go off, but I just need
All right, we're back, and we have a challenge on lobby light play. Bob, you're up.
Yeah, when this one came in and it came in the middle of the merit category, I was just up into the excellent category in 86, and it was starting to haunt me. I think that somebody who looks up and sees this and is able to lighting to capture in post in this kind of a situation is very difficult. Yeah, we have the window bringing it across, so we have depth, dimension, everything is squared up. The light, I think I underscored it at 86.
I was at an 80, and my only concern was that top, inch of the image where I just felt like if they cropped that a little more symmetrically, it would have been a little more powerful for me. But I'm definitely listening.
I also was at an 80, and I found myself just getting into that category because I'm struggling with the color blue that's in this upper left. Not so much that it's blue, but that it just seems like it's been held back in post, and it doesn't come off as being a congruent blue for the sky. I mean, I get it might be, but it just feels like it's like a cut out blue. And so I'm struggling with that. It doesn't seem harmonious with the rest of the image.
I gave this image an 84. I really appreciate the graphic quality of it with the circles and the squares and everything that's going on. The thing that held me back from going even higher were the diagonal lines that are found through. There are diagonal lines through the entire image that go from the upper left toward the lower right. And I'm not sure what those are coming from. Initially, I thought, maybe it was light from the window kind of going through some sort of a haze, but then it's through the entire thing, and it doesn't make sense that it can't be from the window. We see it like up by the top of the image, which would be a wall. We see it below where the window is, and it wouldn't be coming from the window. They're all parallel. So, if it were the window, it would be going at different angles. So that just was enough confusion to hold it back for me.
Well, I could explain those lines. Each of those lamp shades, each of those lamps or those lights are being held by probably a cord or a cable that's going up. And because that's the ceiling that we're looking at, the light's going by that, and it's going to cast a shadow from each and every one of those. And so you're going to have all those diagonals. In the blue sky, yeah, I think that's actually the blue. I'm sure those windows get some sort of like tint to them to help basically neutral density. And actually, I think it's working in favor for the maker that using that to get that blue that looks like that. So that with those wonderful structures. By the way, I was at 85, and I'm really glad Bob challenged this because there's so much to love about this. To do that with this color harmony going and oftentimes I think we forget to look above our heads and thankful this maker here did this because somebody went to a lot of work to put all this stuff together, this artwork that's above our heads that probably gets missed a lot. And so they've framed it in a way that's just really great. So gosh, the more this sits here, the more I'm trending way up.
Okay, and the main thing I heard Pete adjust most of them. The roof of the building is paneled wood, and where the light is coming straight in, you don't see it because it doesn't have any shadows there because it's following the paneled wood. But as soon as you get into the shadow area, then you can see where the lines of the wood are there. That's that diagonal line you were talking about. And then just everything just feels so nice. I can see this full on for a commercial image as well as just being a nice capture. I'm up into the superior category now at 92.
$88. Just the two of us. $88.
Challenge.
Got a challenge.
Yeah, 96, maybe too low. I mean, unbelievable. The texture, the story, the movement, the grace that this image presents. Love the stark presentation for the serene piece of life. It's just fabulous.
Yeah, I'm at an 87 and I'm sure I'm too low. So I'll be anxious to hear what other people have to say.
84, I missed it.
84, I believe I have missed it as well.
I was at an 88 and I also was like, just kind of bouncing back and forth. So I'm glad that you brought it back. And yeah.
All right. I agree with all your negatives. Can we just put this in the exceptional category somewhere? I'm flexible at anywhere in the exceptional category. So let's get it there. Thank you.
'97. Locked On. '77.
And we bring back the rocks, the buddies.
Just the two of us.
Just the two of us.
You know, I started out in the high end of the merit category, and then after hearing my fellow jurors, and then looking at it again, it was haunting me when it got to the 97. I scored it a 96. I believe that this one should probably go up into that next neighborhood. I can't find anything. There's so much nice movement and tones, and thinking of going all the way.
I will listen to my jurors.
Yeah, I went from 96 to 98. It's I mean, there's no reason I can't go to 100. It's, I remember Helen Yancey saying 100 isn't perfection. It's just an image that excels in all 12 of the elements at an exceptional level. And I think this does. So I can go there. You bet.
Yeah, I landed at a 98 the last time around. It's a wonderful image. And I just want to, point out for those people who are watching the beautiful presentation on this and how much it enhances the image.
I went to 100. I'm already there.
Okie dokie. I don't think I need to say any more, so I won't. 100.
100. Congratulations. We're going to take a quick break so the judges can refresh, and we'll be back in just a moment. Hey, and we're back after that one. Up next, Farm Fresh Holiday Wreaths. $79 with a majority challenge.
Lisa, would you
Sure.
take?
Yeah, I was at a 78 on this, so in the above average category. I think this is a really beautifully done image overall. The story that I have from this woman is that she makes these wreaths and she sells them at Christmas time, and this is maybe an image that was used for advertising, and I think that's really nice. As far as her pose goes, she's a little straight onto the camera, a little static. I think had she been one step to our right and not merged with that tree, it would have been a little bit stronger. So just a few issues with her pose is what was really holding me out of the merit category.
82. I thought it was a nice little. I've not seen a holiday image quite like this. Like to play with the truck and the reds with the wreath, and had she been moved over and all these other things, we'd probably be even a couple of categories higher. But I think that this really lit well. Nice exposure in the sky, just kind of clean all the way through it. I thought it was a meritorious image.
Yeah, I made it to the merit category at an 80, and that's all I'm going to say.
I was also at an 80 for what's been said.
I was at 77. My kind of issue was with that posing, the square hips to the camera, the hand that is holding, I'm guessing holding the wreath is not existent, so, and I think this is a missed opportunity. It's an amazing leading path right there. Like, as was suggested, move this person over a little bit. The car points them, the house points them, the path points them. But as it is, we have this tree coming directly out of the shoulder. And really the lighting is a little bit harsh in the face as well. So I'm a little short.
Okay, so just.
Oh, sorry, I don't get to rebut.
Yeah,
No.
it's assigned to you.
Yep, there's for assigned critiques, or excuse me, assigned challenges, there is no rebuttal. 79. Sovereign Survey. $77. It's a big world for a little bear. $75. Guardians of the Green. $79. The Weight of the Desert. $76. Tuscan Elegance.
Yeah, mine just finished loading.
$76. Steep Slope to the Lighthouse. Infrared. $78. Get your own dinner. 86.
Challenge.
Got a challenge.
Yeah, I'm in the next category at 90. This is such a beautifully done image. We have got the action, we've got the water dripping off, the bear looking right at us, threatening us for getting close to his fish. There's so much good going on. Even the dripping of the bear as he walks away gives us that little bit of a leading line in there to his back leg. 2 legs off the ground, 2 legs on the ground. I can just feel the action here.
I was at 86. Excellent. Can't tell you why I wasn't higher because I really don't have any reasons at this point.
I was an 84, felt that, and I really enjoyed the stare of the bear. No doubt about that. I feel like maybe we fell a little shy on getting, bringing in a little bit of vignetting to kind of drive us to the bear just that little bit more, because the bear is done beautifully, but then I kind of fall off the edges because of the lack of vignetting.
I was an 85 for everything that's been said.
I was at 83 because I was a chicken. So I'm willing to move up.
All right, so the only negative that I heard was a lack of vignetting. That was a maker's choice, and I don't feel like I'm scooting back from my monitor. And regardless of the distance that I view this image, my eyes stay right on that subject. We've got such beautiful contrast between the light color of the fish, which doesn't detract, and then the darks of the bear, that it just forces my eye right there, right where the maker wants us to look. We've got a beautiful composition with, the bear's head right up there in that quadrant. And to use the shutter speed that they did to capture every single drop in the air was such good decision making on the maker's part. I think this is definitely deserving of the superior category. I am going to stay up there at my 90 and invite you guys to join me.
91. Moving out. $85. Alone on the Prairie. $82. Unfinished Dreams. $81. Causeway to the Clouds.
Bless you.
Thank you. 79. You do not amuse me, peasant. $74. The Chosen. $79.
All right, I better challenge that one to you. I'm at an 85 on this image. We've got such beautiful light and composition and story going on here. I really appreciate that the maker found this single tree, the only thing that was lit from the sun in this valley. We have detail throughout. We've got depth with the mountain in the background. There's so much to like here. I'm at an 85.
I don't disagree that there's a lot to enjoy with the tree. I was at above average at 77, and there is, but I guess I was just struggling, to I don't know. I guess it just wasn't the impact for me that it was for you. I mean, it is beautiful, but I don't know that it pushes me up impact wise to the next level.
Yeah, it was a 77 in the above average category for me as well. I feel like the contrast was pushed really hard. And then when you look into that, the negative space on the right-hand side, there appears to be a lot of scratches, and like maybe this was a negative because I'm seeing some scratches that don't go with the trees that are kind of on an angle there.
I was at a 79, and I guess my biggest concern was it's just so soft in the background and so crunchy in the foreground. There's almost like those couple trees on camera left, or excuse me, camera right in the lower right-hand corner, that it's almost like it goes crispy tree, soft tree. And my head just has a hard time kind of wanting to find the balance in between the two.
77 for all the positives and the negatives.
Okay, well, I'll just address a couple things here quick because it seems like it's on an uphill battle. I'm not seeing any scratches in the background. What I'm seeing are tree stumps from fallen trees. As trees die and they fall down, they're going to be at different angles depending upon the angle of the hill back there. The crunchy versus the soft, that's just a depth of field thing. This is, I think, being photographed across a valley. So that mountain face that's in the background with all those trees back there are quite a distance away, so they won't be in focus. The ones that are in the lower right corner, they're much closer and they're catching a little bit of that sunlight. As the sunlight is coming through, the maker has given us that story of the chosen one. I believe that's what the title was. And that's this tree, and it's just popping out. It is the one that has been chosen by the sun to be lit. I think it's a beautiful story. I think it's a beautiful image. I will come down to the next category. I do believe that it's deserving of a merit. I will come down to 84. So 1 point down to the next category. And Bob, vote your conscience. Had to be done.
You tell them, Lisa.
I will be chatting with you later, young lady.
80. Abandoned, even by the birds. And then, Marie, are you scoring?
I see it. I didn't, but I do.
78. In the photojournalism category, Sacrifice Retraced.
Hey, Chris, I've got a DQ, but I don't have a palette in front of me.
It's coming up now. We've got it.
It went,
Yep.
yeah.
Okay. 82. Golden Hour. '82. Facing West. '86. Mossy Rock Falls. 80. Palouse. 83. Hilton Knights. 78. Take a break.
Okay.
That was the title.
Oh.
$77. That concludes the illustrative category. Judges, do you want to bring back anything from that category?
Yeah, the bear with the fish.
Get your own dinner.
Yeah.
That one.
They think it finished at like 91 or something like that.
91.
It's been sitting here. I was at 90 and I'm underscored on this, and I want to talk a little bit more because it's haunting me about some of the other amazing things about it. The light in this guy or girl's eyes is just awesome, along with the expression. I mean, it's been talked about all the other wonderful things, but from when I used to live in Alaska, like to see these guys, this is just incredible to be this close and to capture so much of this that, I agree that it's superior, but I think it's more than that. I think that we need to be in the next category. And I've been thinking about this since it left on just was waiting for the category to be done. But gosh, that's such a fresh kill on the salmon and all of the sand on it too. There's just so many wonderful, delightful things about this that if I didn't bring it back to at least express that, I would just be regretful. So I wanted to share that. So let's talk some more.
Okay, well, I did come up to the superior category at a 90. Compositionally, I think we're falling a little bit short. This guy is, right center. He's got the same amount of space on the right, same amount of space on the left. I feel like if we had, cropped off a little bit of that left-hand side, I mentioned about, a little bit of vignetting to help drive our eye in a little bit more. It's a beautiful image, but I think it's living in a nice place right now, score-wise.
I have to agree with Bob on this one, and I think it's an incredible capture as well. I too would like to have just seen, those corners brought down just a smidge, because the capture on the bear is incredible. So then you have to ask yourself, how do I take it one step farther?
I moved to 93. I came up almost two categories. I did come up two categories, actually. Here's the thing for me. I'll say that I disagree with a couple of points that have been made. So this is incredible straight photography. And had we done a vignette on this, there's very reasonable chance that any one of us would say, I can clearly see the vignette, therefore it kept me from going higher. Really, I mean, that's been said 100 times in my life, at least, And compositionally, it is the perfect golden ratio. Like that swirl with the upper corner into the Fibonacci sequence in the bear from the lower left, circling around the paw leads you to the face. It's compositionally exceptional. And so for me, I can easily come into the exceptional category. It is an amazing piece of straight photography.
Yeah, I agree. And if we want to just simplify the composition a little bit more and just talk about rule of thirds, the makers told us through the title what the story is about. It's about dinner, and the bear's head and fish, which is what the story is about, is right there in that upper quadrant. So if we're gonna look at just that simple rule of thirds that everybody has heard about forever, that falls right in that rule of thirds as well. So I think the composition is fantastic. I think there's enough space around the bear to understand where he is, the environment that he's in, to know that this is a wild bear and not a zoo animal, for example. I think it all comes together. I think the presentation is handled so beautifully. It's so simple, but yet it ties it all together and frames it so nicely. And the clarity here is just phenomenal.
Yeah, so rebuttal. What I really loved, and the one comment is solid, straight photography, that it can still be done, and it's done right here, and it's done so well. Like the timing of everything, not only compositionally, but the water drops coming off of that. The way that they're frozen and to take us right up, and then that fish takes us right up into that expression, like looking at the photographer like, this is mine and don't mess with me. Let alone that they, you can't pose nature obviously here, but to capture the perfect in step, everything about it. There's just so many wonderful things. And I just, it's been haunting me. And so I think it does need to be up in that exceptional category. And I'm going to be exceptional at 97.
$96. Any other images the judges would like to bring back? Okay, we are moving on to the wedding category. This is the wedding category.
I do.
Oh, you have a different image? Or you're saying you
Oh, he does.
Okay.
I do.
Wedding.
And this is wedding category as in shot on the wedding day as the parameters for judging?
No, this is wedding, something that has to do with weddings.
Yes,
Okay.
like I
Yep.
do.
Judge no different. You can judge Pete all you like, though. Up first, Spin Me. $76. Last Light, First Night. $80. That concludes the wedding category. Any images the judges would like to bring back? Okay. Moving on then to the artist category. So we're in artist category now. Up first in the portrait is Learning to Fly. $77. And the artist portrait, A Father's Love Lives On. $78. An artist restoration, Great Great Grandma Bagley, 1906. $76. And the artist restoration, The Incredible Mom. $79 with a majority challenge.
I'll take the challenge.
Oh, okay. Jeff?
Yeah, so I'm at 80. I fell into 80. I'm taking a look at where mom started and to where she ended up. But more importantly, that the maker kept this congruent with the feel and style of this era of photography. The film look, the lighting quality. The maker didn't change the lighting on the children's foreheads. They could have, because it was a highlight there, it was faded. So I appreciated what they did here and the tastefulness of the way they did it.
Yeah, I was also at an 80. This isn't one of those images that's all ripped up and crinkled up. And so when you think about restoration, we're not at that point, but yet again, like Jeff said, if you look at the mom and the transformation that she's been through, and then bringing back those realistic skin tones and not losing the backdrop, which could have easily gone black. I like that there's some detail back there, and just really like refining this and bringing it back to what it probably was when they originally got it. I think they did a great job with the restoration.
So I was at 76, above average. Yes, it's wonderful what they did to mom and the rest of it. I struggle a little bit with the backdrop and the upper right-hand corner being so dark, where we don't have vignetting in the others, which would have been nice to have some detail there since they clearly had all of that. But also, if you're doing restoration, and I guess that this is, I don't know if it's ethical or whatever, but even like maybe just since you're retouching mom on all of the things, is maybe to even just work on her neck just a little bit. But I guess that's a matter of whatever. But it struggled for me to get up into the merit, basically for the background on that upper right-hand corner.
Yeah, 78 for me as well. In addition to the corners, I don't agree that the light on the foreheads are correct. I can see where the faces have been brought up, but then the foreheads, especially on the two children on the left, have gone way out there, and the young lady on the right is as well, and that could easily have been there. And I'm showing smooth tones in the original from that.
I was at an 80 for all the positives.
Well, in rebuttal, this isn't a discussion about going to, exceptional or superior here. We're looking at a maker who has taken, this image from, not being so useful, if you will, on the right, to a modern, not a vintage feeling family portrait. And I think that to me is merit worthy and it's meritorious work. So if you can come up, I'd love you to come up. If not, I understand.
$80. And the artist portrait of Paisley.
Guys, give me a second. My controller's stuck. Hang on. Can you reset my score?
We can clear all the scores.
You can just touch the score itself, Jeff.
Yeah, nothing's working.
Okay.
Okay, hang on. Let me try it again.
Hey, there we go. 80. In the artist restoration, Victorian tintype in color. $82. And the artist restoration, Peck Siblings, 1955. 80 with the majority challenge.
I'll take that one. I'm at an 84, high end of deserving of a merit. I'm looking at this image in the original. You've basically got nothing. You've got zero color. You've got an outline of these siblings, and I'm just looking at, even if you just focus on the wallpaper in the background alone, that is a lot of really nice artwork. There's definitely some skill here to get this image to look like I'm sure it probably did in its original state. So I'm definitely at the high end of the deserving of a merit.
I scored the Century 78. I fell just short of the merit here. And I'm looking at it, and I can't tell you exactly what year it is, of course, right? But it feels incongruent to me, like the restoration was done in color but backwards. And I know it sounds strange, like it almost has this like hand-painted 1920s colorized version, but it feels like it's 1960s photography. And so I'm struggling with that it's incongruent. And so, yes, I agree that they've pulled out a lot of detail from the original image, but I think they've gone forward and backwards. And so I'm struggling getting an merit because of that.
Well, I gave it an 83. I actually really liked the hand coloring feel of this. I thought it brought a lot of detail in. It really separated one person from another. I think that's the thing that makes it work for me is that feel of it's almost like a drawing, even though it's photographic, and it makes it very interesting.
Yeah, I was at 77 above average category. Yeah, agree the restoration, but it's a black and white image, and the restoration I feel probably should have stayed black and white. Do we know that that's the color clothes that they were doing? Is it accurate on that? It leaves interpretation back to the restoration artists versus keeping true to the restoration. So walk me through that, but I think maybe that's where someone else is saying something doesn't look right, because even their skin tones still look black and white, and doing the toning wouldn't be as rich and saturated as that either. So I'm confused on that. So
yeah, I scored this in the above average category to 78 as well, and I'm totally reconsidering it because one of the things that we're not privy to, but I think was done well, was what were the instructions from the client? Did we bring back, we have, detail on all the faces. Then the client said, hey, I want this to be hand colored. So, and from that standpoint, if that was the directive, the maker did a great job. Hello?
I don't get a rebuttal, do I?
Yes,
Oh, I do.
Yeah, because you asked for it.
Sorry.
you asked for it.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Yeah, I think some of those things, I think we've kind of argued it through ourselves. I mean, we don't know what the instructions were. All I know is what's standing in front of me, and I see this image with zero color, and then I'm looking at the image on the top, and again, I get lost in the wallpaper and the hair. I mean, I can see highlights and lowlights in all of these kids' hair, and I'm just thinking, I don't care if it was the original color or if they were redheads or not redheads, or because we don't have that information. But all I know is if all I had to look at was the image on the top, it's a beautifully done restoration. So I'm going to stay at my 84.
'82. Artist illustrative. Strangest Christmas card ever. '84.
challenge.
Who's got that one?
Was there two of us here?
Sounded like Pete and Jeff.
Take it, Jeff.
Okay. 88, maybe a low. This is so well handled and well executed. It follows through all the way through, from the style to its execution. So I think this is definitely in the excellent category. Great storytelling.
I put this at an 81. It is really fun and really interesting, and I think the maker did a great job with masking and putting the pieces together. I'm not completely sure why they're outlined with the blue glow. That doesn't make sense to me. But more importantly, I'm going to assume it's mom on the right. Specifically, we're completely losing the bottom half of her body. Dad a little bit too, and I'm just not sure why that's happening. So I've got a few questions and confusions that need to be cleared up.
Stranger Things, 88, excellent category right there with Jeff. Yeah, I think that this is a creative approach on modern day pop culture and turn it into something super fun for a super fun holiday card. And a lot of thought and care was put into this and put it all together. So well done.
It was an 83 for me, definitely in the merit category. I thought that the maker did a good job in pulling all the subjects out. I also had a weird concern with the blue itself, and overall, I feel like everything could have been tied together with like a lookup table. They feel like they're not all in the same thing. We've got weird color in the everything looks very super light, but then it just doesn't tie together.
I was at a 79 on this. I understand the creativity and the concept, and I guess the thing that I'm looking at is this is an art piece, and one of the things that so many artists use when they're doing a movie poster style piece like this is they use different levels of opacity. Someone in the background might be at a lowered opacity, so it kind of drives your eye to where you want to look. And there's just so many things going on. And there's places where it wants to be symmetrical, and then there's places where it doesn't want to be symmetrical. And I'm just really struggling to find a place to land with my eyes through this piece. I think there could have been a lot of other techniques used to bring this to the next level. So definitely listening.
Well, thank you all for your comments. I think the funniest thing of all of our comments is that no one mentioned that Dad and the dinosaur are running away from the little girl. Like, that to me is hilarious that like this little girl's whatever she's doing, she's such a problem in the family that the gingerbread man, mom, the dinosaur, and dad are all running from her. That's just kind of hilarious to me. I'm looking at this. I've never watched Stranger Things, so I don't know if this. I mean, I know that the font ties in with the Stranger Things scene, so maybe this is part of that story. I actually have no idea. So maybe I'm not doing a service to the maker because I don't know. But to me, it looks congruent. It looks out of line. It looks a little unsettling and a little weird. And the purple glow, or that the cool glow, is across all three of the main characters. So it's done with intent and style. And so for me, and it's done across the board of the main characters. So when I look at where they started with, which looks like some images from a Christmas parade or something, for a lot of it, and they've put together a pretty compelling thing. To me, it's excellent. And I understand it may not hit you that way. So I'm going to keep it at 88 and hope you can join me.
86.
11.
All right, that is our final image for the competition. Judges, are there any images from the entire competition that you'd like to bring back?
Number 42. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Number 42. Hey, that one's
I'm
mine.
kidding.
You want to give it 100? No. Just kidding. I don't know which one it is. All right.
Well, I got a few things I'd like to say.
To everybody,
Wanna bring this in,
Judge
Jenni?
or Ralph, is this to everybody or just the judges?
Yeah, well, hold on a second.
Okay, well, Ralph's getting that. I am going to throw up a couple more slides. If you want to see who won all of these awards from our competition today, we will be announcing those at Innovate, which is March 23rd and 24th in Pasco. So make sure to check that out. And again, a big shout out to all of our judges and jury chair. Jury chair, Marie Martineau-Sandberg, and our judges, Pete Rezac, Bob Coates, Jenni Knezovich, Jeff Dachowski, and Lisa Asp. So thank you so very much for joining us. Ralph, did you have a message that was going out to everybody?
Well, I just wanted to thank the judges for being willing to work with us. Because sometimes it's hard to get people to get involved. And I want to thank each one of you. I learned a lot every year, and thanks a lot. And I also want to thank our team, Chris, Forrest, and myself. We work on the technical side really
Rachel's here
hard
too.
at the end of the year, so we're better trying to solve problems. And sometimes it's hard. Thank you very much.
Fantastic.
Thanks for your invitation, Ralph.
Thanks so much, everybody. Again, this recording will be available on YouTube, so you can watch it, or you can log into printcompetition.com if you have that premium membership, and skip right to the good stuff. All right. Thanks, everybody.